Counselors are online. Please turn on your camera. Good morning, everyone. We're ready to start. We have quorum.
Yes, you may proceed.
We're recording. Good morning. My name is Counselor Alejandra Bravo, and I am the Chair of Economic and Community Development Committee. We have quorum, and I'm now calling meeting 13 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. The meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com, Toronto City Council Live. Want to acknowledge the land we're on by saying that while we might be in different locations, the Economic and Community Development Committee would like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the traditional territory of many nations, Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and Mississaugas of the Credit, and it's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And we also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. The City of Toronto acknowledges all treaty peoples, including those who came here as settlers, as migrants, either in this generation or in generations past, and those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade. We pay tribute to those ancestors of African origin and descent. I also want to acknowledge that we have a member of our committee who is not with us today, and ask for, though we did a beautiful tribute at City Council, for this committee to remember and acknowledge our colleague, Councillor Jay Robinson, who has passed away, and we've tragically lost a very important member of this committee. So I'm going to ask for a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone, for observing that. For people who are here to speak to a committee, if you're registered, please listen for me to call your name. I will be calling speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Economic and Community Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Regarding deputations, I do want to draw attention to the procedures bylaw, particularly asking deputants to not speak disrespectfully about anyone, not use any offensive language, and speak only on the subject of which the committee invited them to make a public presentation or deputation, and obey the procedures bylaw and the ruling of the chair. And the procedures bylaw is available online, available to all members of the public. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. I'd also like to point you to a mayoral decision to call your attention to decision 14/2024 issued this morning by the mayor. Mayoral decision reduces the composition of the Economic and Community Development Committee to 5 members, resulting in a quorum of 3 members rather than 4. The mayoral decision is available on the city's website. At this time, are there any declarations of interest? Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on April 30th, 2024? Councillor Moyse. Moved by Councillor Moyse. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Let's proceed with the agenda review. And there we go. EC 13.1, Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal 2023 Annual Report. We have a speaker on that item, so that's held. EC 13.2, Licensing Tribunal 2023 Annual Report. Any, moved by Counselor Moise, all in favor? Opposed, that's carried. EC 13.3, response to 2024.MM 14.7, feasibility of piloting an operational base in North York for municipal licensing and standards by bylaw enforcement. Moved by Counselor Moise, in favor? Opposed, that's carried. EC 13.4, plan to develop the third Toronto senior strategy. Moved by Counselor Malik. All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried. EC 13.5, updating the City of Toronto's International Alliance Program, and we will have a presentation and speaker, so that is held. EC 13.7, reporting pathway of the Provincial French Language Services Commissioner.
And then go back to 6.
Okay, sorry. I missed 13.6. Let's go back to 13.6. Business Improvement Area Technical Boundary Amendments. I'll move that item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. EC 13.7, reporting pathway of the Provincial French Language Services Commissioner. Would anyone like to move? Councillor Fletcher, would you like to move that item?
Yes, I'll move that item.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And EC 13.8, the city's encampment approach and strategy, and that's held for staff presentation and speakers. Thank you, members, and we shall proceed to EC 13.1, and the first debutant of the day, Tracy Hamilton, Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal. It's online. Thank you. Tracy?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to address the ECDC today. I'm chair of the Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal, and I'm here to report on the tribunal's activities over the past year. And I won't go through my report, which you have. I just want to highlight a couple of things. And as highlighted in my report, the tribunal experienced an increase in appeals in 2023, more than doubling the number from 2022. Despite this, the tribunal has been diligent, working to handle cases more efficiently. This has been achieved by starting hearings promptly and carefully managing the time allocated for witness testimonies. And so we balance this efficiently with procedural fairness to ensure that all parties have a fair chance to present their case and that the tribunal can thoroughly consider all relevant arguments and evidence. I would like to reiterate just one key point from my report regarding the inclusion of a definition of severe in the bylaw. As it currently stands, there is no such definition, which creates challenges in ensuring clarity and consistency in its interpretation and application during hearings at the tribunal. The request for this definition is not intended to constrain the officer's discretion, but to provide clear guidelines for both the officer when he or she investigates a dangerous act and the tribunal when it is called on to determine whether a dangerous act occurred. And the tribunal has observed that the Toronto Animal Services officers oftentimes refer to a scale of severity during their testimony and indicate under oath that they use this tool to determine whether a dangerous act has occurred. However, when a dangerous dog act is appealed, the tribunal is called upon to confirm or rescind the dangerous dog order based on the bylaw and the evidence presented by each party without access or knowledge of this scale of severity. So my concern is that the discrepancy between the measuring tool available to the officer is markedly different than what is available to the tribunal, creating an inconsistency in determining what constitutes a dangerous act. Resolving this discrepancy is essential to ensuring clarity and consistency in the adjudication process. And so by setting out a scale of severity in the bylaw perhaps can ensure that the integrity of the dangerous dog order regulatory framework remains intact, providing a fair and more transparent process for all parties involved. Subject to any questions that you may have, those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair?
Yes, Councillor Fletcher, questions of the deputant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tracy, for being with us and your work. I know we're looking at all of the bylaws around dangerous dogs. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yes.
One of the things that we haven't been discussing is that very issue that you brought up, which is it's severe or not severe. Yet there's a ranking 1 to 5 that used to be on the website. So you're urging that we clarify that, what that ranking is, what 1 to 5, and bring that back. Somewhere along the line, are you aware that was dropped somewhere along the line?
I
That
was
used to
not
be
aware.
a standard? Okay. That was very clear. If you look on the website to look at dangerous dogs and orders, you'll find at a certain date, the ranking was dropped and it went to severe, non-severe. So what I'm hearing you tell me is you'd prefer as an adjudicator to have some clearer picture of the ranking, correct?
Councillor Fletcher, thank you for your question. What I'm asking for is that there's consistency. So either the officer does not refer to a severity scale and that there be no severity scale on the website, the City of Toronto website, or that it is on the website, it's in the bylaw, and it's available to the officer. It needs to be consistent across the board, whichever way it goes.
I hear you. What's on the website is the list of orders and how they were given. And they were given previously based on a ranking and currently based on a ranking 1 to 5. And now they're just based on severity, non-severe. So that's, I guess that you can't really take that off the website, but you're asking us to be clearer around if someone says it's severe, what does that mean? You say it's not severe, what does that mean?
That is correct.
So I totally agree with you, and we'd like to help you with that because I've been reading your minutes and I can see that that would be helpful for you.
Yes.
Great. Thanks very much. Is there anything else that you think needs to be updated or kind of brought into line?
Well, Councillor, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. You have my my actual report, but I think the issue of severity and that definition, that's the main thing. Other than that, I'm not asking this morning for any other changes to the bylaw.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Are there any speakers on this item?
Oh, I'd just like to ask staff.
Oh, sorry,
if you don't
staff,
mind.
questions of staffs. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, we did have this discussion earlier. It's interesting that Ms. Hamilton's brought this up because that was a discussion we had recently about the discrepancy between a ranking where it's clear what a 2 is or what a 4 is in a severity ranking and severe, non-severe. That and when was the ranking dropped in favor of the severe, non-severe?
Thank you for the question. The ranking was used more frequently up to 2018, and then around 2019, we were referring to severe and non-severe. The ranking is a tool that the officers use, and they don't necessarily use it on all cases. They can use other things to indicate if an act is severe or non-severe.
I guess that, was it prompted by the Ombudsman's report in any way, your change?
No, the change was not prompted by the Ombudsman's office. We put that scale on to try to be more transparent and to show a tool that was used to gauge whether an act was severe or non-severe. And that was a request by the Ombudsman.
Sorry, just tell me that again. What was request by the Ombudsman was to have the tool to say it's, tell me that one more time, sorry.
To include that on our website as a tool that was used by officers to determine severe and non-severe. It's a very difficult thing for the officers to convey sometimes to the public, and it's just noting tools that are used by the officers to determine that, as they would use a medical report where a doctor says this is a severe injury, so that the scale wouldn't be needed. They would use that medical report.
But our chair of the committee says it would be helpful to understand how officers are using that scale and what the scale means. I just heard her say that.
And the scale is on the website, and so it is defined there. And so if an officer refers to that scale, it is defined and it is there, and the officer can provide that definition for the tribunal should they ask the officer to explain it.
Is anybody there from legal that can indicate our adjudicative tribunal has an issue with how that's being, they're able to apply that, and how operationally you've decided to place that on the website?
So legal is here. I'm just looking for a bit of clarification on your question, please, Councillor.
Okay, the head of the tribunal says she's having trouble because it's not clear when they're doing their hearings that what the severe non-severe means, and would like that in the bylaw to be clearer. And I gather that's why there's quite a few appeals. And staff are saying that that's on the website so that everybody should know what the 1 to 5 is. And then I've heard that it's been changed. So we have our tribunal asking for something that our staff are saying is already in place, which I find odd. And I don't know how you're looking at that, Mr. Lynch.
So I think it's, I'll try to answer it this way, which is that the bylaw does not require a specific test for severity. I think staff are using one as a practice to assist them in making those determinations, and that is communicated publicly as MLS staff have already indicated. The tribunal is entitled to ask for evidence from the enforcement officers as to how they came to the conclusion of severity. The bylaw itself currently only creates 2 scenarios, one where a bite is severe or an attack is severe, and one where it is not severe. That is the officer's determination. It does not impose at the moment a specific bright line test for an officer to use. And I think the MLS information to date is that a fixed test on severity would be very difficult and impractical to use, which is why they go with a much more flexible standard that is on evidence in each specific case. Every case will be different. But
there is a ranking that they're using to say it's not severe, what a severe one is.
And again, that would be the evidence that MLS or animal services officers provide to the tribunal. The tribunal would be able to assess if that evidence is sufficient in their mind to prove severity in each case.
Okay. They've told us it's not. I'll speak, Madam Chair, unless other people have. I'm going to refer this to staff to clear this up.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? To speak, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, and I don't have the motion right there because I didn't know we were going to have this issue, Madam Chair, and I'm wondering if the clerk would kindly just put a refer this item to staff and report back on the findings. And it's not often that we have a tribunal chair come to the committee and say they're having an issue with how to apply the bylaw, and then hearing legal say there should be no issue. So I think that there is legal staff at Tribunal. Mr. Lynch is overseeing all of the municipal bylaws. So I would like to send this there to have this cleared up one way or another. If it is the Tribunal that needs to understand how they will be applying that, or if it's staff that needs to take the experience of the Tribunal so that the hearings are clearer, I think that's a fair way to do it. And I would not want to do that today. And I would not want to just brush off the fact that the chair has said this has become an issue for them. This is the place that the Tribunal can't go directly to staff because it was set up very clearly out of the Ombudsman's report to be arm's length from staff. The Tribunal, as you all know, used to be made up of staff, and the Ombudsman found that that didn't meet the fairness test. So the Tribunal is an administrative tribunal. It's adjudicative. It hears evidence. It makes decisions. It can be appealed. There can be a jurisdictional review. There's many things because it's a legal setting. And the chair of the Tribunal said they're having trouble with how the rankings are being done through the bylaw. So I think that the only way to do this is send that to legal staff, perhaps, and ask to reconcile what we've heard today and come back with some clarity.
We are in the process of preparing the motion, Councillor Fletcher, so we're just going to pause for a second.
Or we'll just hold this down and move that motion later. If you'd
I
like.
think we're almost ready.
Okay.
So we are moving swiftly this morning, so I think we should just deal with this now.
Okay, because I know we have a report back on the changes to the dangerous dogs, I believe, Chair. I just don't know the date. But there is coming a report back in the fall.
Okay, so we're going to hold this down. I just got a word, and we'll come back to it. Thank you,
That's fine.
Councillor
Thank you.
Fletcher.
Thanks very much.
We will go on to EC 13.5, and we have a presentation by staff. EC 13.5, updating the City of Toronto's International Alliance Program. I'm going to ask that when you come forward, you also introduce yourselves, please.
Hello, Councillor Bravo, members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Pat Tobin. I'm the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture with the City of Toronto. And I'm here today with my colleague.
Aretha Phillip, I'm the Chief of Protocol out of the City Clerk's office.
We'll be sure to speak up. That's better?
we will.
Okay.
We'll project.
Okay. Thank you. We're here today to update you on the International Alliance Program subsequent to a review. I'm bringing forward a number of recommended changes to the program for this committee and onward to council. First, I will take a moment just to outline our objectives today. The International Alliances Program is consistent with the city's international policy framework, which has a series of goals around strengthening our ability to conduct research and develop knowledge, be an important competitor in the global marketplace, develop a highly skilled and competent leadership as that applies to both elected officials and senior administration, ensure that Toronto is a compassionate and caring city, and that Toronto, moreover, is a leading cultural capital globally, that we are a champion on the global stage for human rights and diversity, and that we are advocate for the health of our local democracies. So those are the objectives of the international policy framework that was adopted by City Council in 2002. The International Alliance Program then can be seen as a mechanism to achieve those goals, and this program was last updated in 2005. In subsequent to that point, we have seen a proliferation of international agreements, bilateral agreements we're speaking about today as opposed to multilateral agreements, but a proliferation of bilateral agreements to the point where the City of Toronto now currently is signatory to some 28 agreements that the report speaks about in detail, and we'll describe some of the features of those. The activities as those objectives have outlined span Toronto's role on the global stage in terms of a champion for human rights, its role as a global competitor in economic development, and a number of other city goals. Economic Development Culture Division has been the primary point of contact for councillors and council on the International Alliances program, but this report recommends a more coordinated, focused approach by city administration, which is why we're here with our colleagues from clerks. That'll allow for greater consistency and clarity for the operation of the program for councillors and council. Finally, we're going to talk a bit about a streamlined, more transparent process for the program that we think is of benefit to council. There'll be a greater clarity brought on the resourcing, sustainability of our international arrangements, and a greater focus you'll see on results sought. And finally, it is to make Toronto a more strategic international partner in service of our organization's goals. Talking a bit about the existing IAP and what the review has taught us. First, we looked at international best practices. So research was conducted close to home and internationally, where we looked at Brampton, Mississauga, Vaughan, for example, as well as New York, Tokyo, and London, to see how those cities were conducting their bilateral international affairs. There has been an understanding that greater focus was required to be brought to the International Alliances program, and one that also allowed for that focus to exist within a new context for the city's international engagements, with such developments as the creation of Toronto Global having occurred since the last review. Finally, among the 28 existing relationships, there was a desire to bring greater emphasis on results, tangible and concrete results coming out of our international relationships. There was also a desire, given the 28 operated at varying degrees, to simplify the process around international arrangements for the City of Toronto, but to allow for a graduation of such relationships. So this report will present both partnership and international project categories, which have a relationship between the two. We also observed that there needed to be greater alignment with the city's goals and our international alliances. And finally, as noted, there's a desire to bring greater council oversight over what bilateral international arrangements the City of Toronto enters into, and centralized administrative process. And finally, by centralizing it too, we think there's an ancillary benefit that we'll be able to line up our bilateral arrangements in a more coherent way with our multilateral arrangements, such as the City of Toronto's role with the Metropolis Network or C40 as two examples. And I'll pass to my colleague, Aretha.
I'm just going to now walk through some of the key recommendations of the report. We're really looking to, the changes really are to recommend something that provides a more accountable, flexible, and effective structure for the IAP, including the use of two main relationship categories, which you'll see on the screen: long-term partnership city agreements and short-term international project agreements. It also includes updated eligibility criteria, assessment processes, as well as approval and signing authorities for the establishment of any new IAP relationship agreements. So the first one is we're recommending is the consolidation of our existing formal agreements into longer-term partnership city category and the creation of a shorter-term international projects category and a removal of the cap. Originally, partnership and friendship cities were intended to have different areas of focus and approaches. Partnership cities were intended to have more of an economic business lens to them, and friendship cities were more cultural in nature with a council sponsor. The existing formal agreements have been reviewed and consolidated into a single category of partnership cities, and it is no longer necessary to have a distinction between the two, as we were oftentimes finding that there was overlap between business and cultural within the agreements. The consolidation also no longer requires a council sponsor. However, councillors are definitely encouraged to redirect all external interest in establishing international partnerships. We know that people do approach you, bring those to city staff, where we can review them and assess the opportunity against the criteria to ensure that the engagement is mutually beneficial. We've also updated the terminology, so additionally the change represents a shift to terminology that is more understood more internationally and based on best practices and our jurisdictional scan. So we were finding when we were going out that we were talking different languages, it was hard for people to understand what the offerings of the city were. The cap on relationships, while there's no cap on the number of agreements that can be entered into, a definitely robust update to the program criteria will ensure that requests to form agreements go through a substantial review process to ensure that they meet the strategic objectives of the city. You'll also see that there is historical agreements. Cities with which agreements are existing agreements have either expired or no longer meet the program criteria. We'll definitely re-engage them to explore what other opportunities future projects might lead to, and then we'll follow up with the processes described in the report and the program, the recommended program policy. We'll also proactively engage existing relationships with the cities to inform them of the program review and its outcomes, and this includes cities with which agreements have lapsed or no longer meet the program criteria. We're also looking to make some revisions and improvements to the program criteria and formal delegation of authority to enter into the agreements. Although in most cases the engagement was already being done between cities, in some cases intermediaries have been engaged which were not cities. Going forward, it's recommended that partnerships and agreements take place directly from city to city. We're also introducing clear term limits, which will ensure that agreements are revisited on a regular basis, keeping the engagements relevant and reflective of current city priorities and strategies. So we're looking at term limits of up to 5 years on partnership and no more than 3 years on projects. The delegation of authority to enter into agreements will ensure that there's a clear process for entering into agreements and ensure that the appropriate individual is signing documents. It will also give divisions the flexibility to make decisions as to which agreements they enter into based on their available resources and alignment in their priorities. So delegated authority for the mayor or a designate to enter into new partnership agreements, and there'll be delegated authority to division heads to enter into new project agreements. We also are establishing criteria that is in line with international benchmarks. So interested cities will be asked to task with identifying clear projects and initiative priorities, and will be encouraged to identify how they tie in with the city's long-term goals. It also allows us the ability to approach other cities that we feel we might have a mutually beneficial, possibly a mutually beneficial relationship. The changes also implemented are in line, as we mentioned, with international approaches around the world, and we're really looking at purposeful and outcome-driven engagement, definitely, and looking also at shorter term. This approach will really allow us to establish a symbolic sister city agreements that are no longer the preferred approach. We're also looking at creating a centralized point of entry for requests and corporate coordination of review and engagement process. Pat mentioned that previously economic development was sort of the go-to for all international engagement. So what we are now recommending is a one-window approach. There'll be a centralized point of entry to help ensure that there is cross-divisional coordination that takes place. It also provides an opportunity to identify existing activities and engagements that are taking place that may be complementary. The economic EDC will continue to support on key files related to their economic and cultural mandates. The city manager's office will support IEP activities where there's direct program linked to their mandate, and divisions will be engaged based on, obviously, the priorities of the work that they do. So this work will be transferred to the city clerk's office. So the work tied to engaging with cities internationally is already a direct extension of the work that we already do in our office in protocol and external relations, ties in with our study tours, engagement with the consular and diplomatic community, and other international relations work that we do. And there will also be a working group that will be struck to do cross-divisional coordination. So this will serve as a coordination table for international activities and will serve as a comprehensive vetting process when considering new agreements. And we feel that divisions will be in a better position to provide their subject matter expertise and assess whether proposed projects and their identified topics are in line with their priorities and whether there's capacity and resources to develop into further agreements.
So that's our presentation. Thank you very much, Councilor Bravo as chair, and to the members of the committee for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff? Oh, sorry, we have a deputant, but I don't believe she's online. On the way? Okay, questions of staff? Councilor Moyes.
Thank you. Just one quick question. So I think this is all wonderful. And one thing I'm not clear, you talk about strategic objectives, but I'm not quite clear how this aligns with our social and human rights objectives when you look for partnerships. I took a look at the list of countries that are here. I don't know much about them, but is that something that we take into account when we partner with international?
I think, yes, I think that's one of the things that we do want to take a look at, because I think it's important that we continue to affirm the city's commitment to equity, human rights, and reconciliation. And I think we will be thinking about considering a country's human rights record when we're analyzing potential new city-to-city relationships, and definitely consulting with our federal counterparts where appropriate to provide recommendations on where we have strong diplomatic relationships. I think it would also be the projects or partnerships would also be assessed based on and their alignment with our priorities as it relates to EDI. And I think that this will really allow for engagement with a more wider and more diverse set of cities internationally. There's some areas where we haven't actually explored, and that would be reflective of our diverse population. So for example, we have no bilateral relationships with any cities in Africa, the Caribbean, or in Oceania. So those are something that we could take a look at.
So you're actively looking at those?
We would like to, yes.
Okay, that's good to know. I don't want to labor the point, but at what point are you going to report back to this committee just for an update on that specific topic?
I think we can report back. I think we haven't sort of identified a timeline for that. If you want to.
The IAP would be subject to 5-year reviews and would come back to council at that time. One of our objectives is to have a greater emphasis on results. Certainly the international projects component will be very much results driven, and with the ability to graduate those agreements into partnership city agreements. But we are looking to see more tangible outcomes from such bilateral agreements than perhaps has consistently been the case in the past. And that would be the centerpiece of what we would report back to council, in addition to, as Aretha says, ensuring that in its totality, the arrangements struck with other cities reflect the city's aspirations and goals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Speakers? I would like to speak just to say thank you. This was a really important and overdue piece of work that really starts with ensuring that our limited resources are used in a strategic way to advance the interests of the city, objectives which have been set within the city. And I think that as staff have really found a balance between respecting what has been there historically, but also updating many different cultures of an amalgamated city, a process that was ad hoc in some instances, to align with good practices from around the world, and that we're asking ourselves, does this advance our city goals? Does this advance city interests? Is there something positive that is going to be produced from this relationship? And I think the answers to Councillor Moise's question about ensuring that we have relationships across the globe is really crucial, and that the gaps are filled, but in an intentional way. And I think this will provide an enormous amount of clarity for councillors and for the members of the public and for any representatives of locations around the world who are seeking to create partnerships in Toronto. It's transparent, accountable, and so thank you for that. So on the item, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I believe we are almost ready for the item at EC 13.1. Yes. So we are now going to back to 13.1, Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal 2023 annual report. We held that down. Councillor Fletcher already spoke to her motion, so now we're going to display the motion. And I will ask if there are any members of committee that have questions of the mover. Seeing none, you see the motion before you. Would you like to say what it is, Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, no, it's requesting, as you can see, MLS and consultation with the city solicitor to come back to our committee in the fourth quarter 2024 when we are getting another report, an update. We're having a regular dangerous dog update with this reporting on the definition of severity as discussed in the Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal. So I think I said my piece earlier, and this is the motion in front of us today, please.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, the item as amended? Oh, we don't need to do that. So thank you, Councillor Fletcher. That's adopted. So we'll go now to 13.8. This is the city's encampment approach and strategy, and we have presentation. I'll ask staff to please introduce yourselves. And welcome to the committee. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Councillor Bravo and Chair Bravo and members of committee. My name is Gord Tanner. I'm the General Manager of Shelter Support, Toronto Shelter and Support Services. And I'm here today presenting on how the city is enhancing and evolving its approach to encampments and supports for those experiencing homelessness. And before I start, I just want to always recognize the many people that are out on the street each day, day and night, supporting people who are living outdoors and experiencing homelessness, whether they're our own city staff, community partners, outreach workers, community health workers, nurses, volunteers. There's a ton of people out there trying to make a difference, and without their support, we could not be successful. Our role is to connect those individuals experiencing homelessness with housing. But in the meantime, we thank all of the parties that do the work in this space. Our staff report we're presenting to you today presents the city's strategic approach to encampments and a report back on the implementation and recommendations from the Ombudsman's Toronto interim and final reports, including seeking council approval of the updated City of Toronto interdivisional protocol for encampments in Toronto. Encampments, you know, they are a symptom of the housing crisis. They're a symptom of shelter demand that exceeds availability, the increasing costs of living, inadequate income supports, and other social crises such as the drug toxicity crisis and mental health crisis. Toronto continues to see unprecedented pressures on the emergency shelter system resulting from the inflated cost of living, insufficient affordable housing supply, and an increase in the number of refugee claimants arriving in Toronto. We're working to address each one of these factors, but in the meantime, we know that there are people struggling out there on our streets, and we need to support them where they are at. In April, there was an average of 225 people each day who wanted to access our shelter system that we did not have a bed to match them to. I think this next slide is very important. You know, Toronto, as we know, is experiencing a housing affordability crisis, which is a key driver of our homelessness crisis. And this slide, frankly, tells much of the story in Toronto when it comes to income supports that have simply not kept up with the cost of housing in Toronto. There was a time when we thought good social policy included robust income supports to support people with the basic necessities of living, but these programs no longer provide that. Each month, an individual receiving Ontario Works receives $390 to find, locate, and access housing in this city. That's absurd. The slide shows the increasing affordability gap for single individuals on Ontario Works over the past decade, but the principle holds true for all family types. The reality means that many Torontonians are at risk of homelessness, and whether your homelessness is a result of insufficient income, rapidly escalating housing costs, or simply being a new arrival to the city, helping you transition from homelessness back into housing has also become much more difficult. The demand for shelter services and affordable housing that far exceeds the availability is directly related to the increase in the number of people sleeping outdoors and the growth in the number and size of encampments. Toronto is among many cities right across this country which are continuing to see a rise in homelessness, both sheltered and unsheltered, including many people who are living outdoors and in encampments. As of May 5th of this year, we counted there are 256 encampments in Toronto at 131 city-owned properties. The city believes that permanent, adequate, affordable, and supportive housing is, again, the solution to this issue. Encampments are not a long-term solution to homelessness. While the city continues to work towards permanent housing solutions, it's critical that we continue to support people living at encampments who are among the most vulnerable in our city. So that's why we've evolved our strategic approach to encampments. Everyone deserves a safe, stable place to call home, and this report and the accompanying protocols are just one piece of the measures we're taking to offer certainty, help, and dignity to people experiencing homelessness and to surrounding communities. The staff report provides an opportunity to report back on how we've implemented recommendations from the city's ombudsman. In September of 2021, the ombudsman launched an investigation in response to significant public concerns raised about the city's clearing of encampments in 2021. An interim and final report were released with a total of 31 recommendations directed at the city and its staff related to its encampment response. The Ombudsman's recommendations were adopted by City Council on March 29th of 2023, and a key recommendation was to update the then 2005 City of Toronto Interdepartmental Service Protocol for homeless people camping in public spaces, and to include a rights-based approach to housing to support the city's work responding to encampments was also recommended. Since 2022, the city has worked to thoroughly respond to the 31 recommendations from the Ombudsman. To date, the city has implemented all 8 of the recommendations in the Ombudsman's interim report and all but one of the final report recommendations, which is an update to our shelter management information system. The city recognizes that relationship repair with the community is an ongoing process, and it has worked with many community groups on the updated interdepartmental protocol which we presented to you today. and will continue to provide quarterly updates to the Ombudsman. We're committed to continue to learn from what goes well and what doesn't, and we continue to consult with those experiencing homelessness, experts, partner organizations, and communities, and we thank everyone who's provided feedback to the recommendations in this report. We know these crises are not solved alone, so we also extend our thanks to the Ombudsman for his feedback on how to improve the way we work with and support those living in encampments. So between February of 2023 and March of 2024, we used a third party, it's called Third Party Public, a consultant to engage with, on behalf of the city, with over 300 stakeholders, including 106 people with lived experience of homelessness and living in encampments, city staff, Toronto Police Service, service providers, business improvement associations, residents associations, advocates, and human rights experts. Nibising Consulting led the co-creation and separate consultation with Indigenous leaders and Indigenous people with lived experience. Our staff report contains the final engagement report as an attachment. And again, we want to thank all of those stakeholders who shared their feedback and input with the city. So what did we hear? Key themes of what we heard through the extensive engagement. Again, housing is the solution to encampments. Divisional coordination at the city is key to success, and an approach must recognize the distinct rights of Indigenous people. We need clear, transparent, and accessible communication that's essential for all impacted, including communication with local residents and surrounding communities. We need to meet people where they're at and treat them with dignity, empathy, and compassion. Businesses and events happening in BIAs in surrounding communities are impacted by safety concerns, litter, and debris related to encampments. And businesses and residents associations indicated that at times they don't know what to do in order to support the response to encampments. And finally, all viable options, including outreach, supports, and information, should be considered before enforcement, and that the city's encampment response should not be police-led. And this was actually feedback received from the Toronto Police Service themselves. So what did we hear from people with lived experience? A core component of a human rights-based approach is centering the experience of people living at encampments. So they told us they'd like clearer pathways out of homelessness. They feel that shelters are institutional, unsafe at times, and sometimes unable to meet their needs. They wanted clear and transparent communication, access to basic needs and supports, more outreach and education. They wanted to be treated with dignity and respect, and they wanted a clear understanding of how they will be engaged. And finally, we heard many times that, people with lived experience of homelessness want to contribute to broader solutions to the homelessness crisis. So the IDP has been renamed the City of Toronto Interdivisional Protocol for Encampments in Toronto and updated based on this extensive stakeholder feedback. It outlines a clear and transparent and coordinated process to guide city staff in supporting people in encampments to access indoor spaces while also supporting the safety and well-being of surrounding communities. Key updates to this IDP include updated guiding principles for staff, including a commitment to a human rights-based approach, supporting people in encampments with outreach, shelter, and housing, and this includes facilitating access to basic needs and supports, and building partnerships with various sectors such as health, mental health, harm reduction, services in order to coordinate an integrated response. It includes clear roles and responsibilities of city divisions, including how Toronto Shelter and Support Services, our encampment office as the lead, will work with other city divisions to coordinate and to deliver the city's encampment response. It marks a shift from an enforcement-focused approach to one that involves information, outreach, and exhausting tools and options to move people indoors. Outlining the process for initiating and conducting enforcement as a last resort, supporting the safety and well-being of local residents and surrounding communities, clear procedures for communication and participation of people living in encampments and other affected stakeholders, including business improvement associations and residents associations, and provisions for encampment prevention to ensure public spaces are accessible to all. In addition to the updated IDP, we outline our strategic approach to encampments in the staff report. The goal of the city's approach is to meet the city's commitment to the progressive realization of the right to housing while supporting people in encampments on their shelter and housing needs. The approach focuses on the safety of surrounding communities, ensuring that encampments do not become entrenched and that public spaces continue to be available to all. Key actions of our strategic approach include expanding the enhanced housing-focused outreach and support model used at Dufferin Grove Park, Allen Gardens, and now deployed to Clarence Square, exploring new service models for people who are living outdoors and in encampments, enhancing safety in our shelter system for both our staff and clients, and finally, increasing permanent housing opportunities and shelter system flow. Our strategic approach to encampments builds on other key strategic work that our division has undertaken, starting with the Integrated Prevention and Harm Reduction Initiative, IFARE. In 2021, we released our 3-year Homelessness Solutions Service Plan, which guides our division and the homelessness service system in Toronto towards achieving our collective goals. Since then, we've also released our COVID-19 Shelter Transition and Relocation Plan, have responded and continue to respond to the large-scale arrival of refugee claimants in Toronto, and released our 10-year Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy, which proposes a shift from large-scale temporary COVID-19 hotels to smaller shelters throughout the city. Our strategic approach to encampments will build on this strategic foundation, including work to enhance multi-sectoral coordination and participation, leveraging resources of other sector partners. In the fall, we will be implementing a large-scale street needs assessment of people experiencing homelessness across the city, including people at encampments, and we will be initiating the development of our next 5-year strategic plan. We know great success comes from meeting people where they're at. The city has added an enhanced outreach model to our encampment toolkit that allows us to provide increased security, amenities, health services, and social outreach. This approach is multi-sector, multi-agency, and coordinated case management approach that aims to support people in encampments to access needed services and indoor space. We know this approach works. Both at Dufferin Grove and Allen Gardens, we've demonstrated that we can reduce encampments and help people transition to shelter and housing. This slide shows key accomplishments at Allen Gardens since the beginning of January 2023, and the results are as of May 27th, 2024. Through multi-sectoral and multi-agency work, we've reduced 775 encampments in the park through referrals to shelter and housing. 97 people have been housed directly with supports in the community, and another 328 people have been referred into the shelter system. We're continuously learning and improving this work, and we will continue to apply this approach at other priority encampment sites, as we are doing now with Clarence Square. In November of 2023, as mentioned, the city directed staff to evaluate opportunities to use city-owned sites for the use of permanent and temporary supportive housing, considering rapid construction techniques, including modular and micro-shelter housing options. The work underway as part of the implementation of the Homelessness Services Capital Infrastructure Strategy, which was approved by Council in 2023. This strategy will support us in building out the base shelter system with another 20 shelters, 1,600 spaces, support us to close some of the very high cost and expensive shelter hotel programs, and open smaller shelters throughout Toronto. We think that this strategy is also an opportunity to explore new service models and create infrastructure opportunities to address the specific needs of people who might live in encampments. Micro shelters are sometimes referred to as tiny shelters on our approach, that we've been watching. It's being piloted in several communities across Canada and the United States as an alternative service model for people in encampments who may be less likely to access traditional shelter services. We also see improving shelter safety and accessibility for service users as a key action and component to the city's strategic approach to supporting people in encampments, especially for people who may decline referrals to shelters due to concerns about safety. We will, as we, I believe, presented to this committee last month, be developing a shelter safety action plan, a roadmap to prioritizing and continuously improving shelter safety for service users and staff. And that action plan will be informed by other key initiatives underway to address safety in the shelter system, such as those recommendations in the CAMH Shelter Safety Study, updating our Toronto shelter standards to include requirements for training, health and safety practices, and incorporating an anti-Black racism lens to improve the experiences of Black people accessing our shelter services, launching a behavioral risk alert system in the shelter management information system, and finally facilitating access to health, mental health services across the homeless service system through key partnerships that we currently have and new partnerships that we will be developing. So in summary, housing is the solution to homelessness and encampments. However, currently, the flow of people experiencing homelessness out of the city shelter system has come to a crawl while more people continue to arrive to try to access that system every day. Without adequate income, subsidized housing, or significant housing benefits, most people have great trouble exiting the shelter system. Homelessness is a complex issue that requires a strong commitment from all orders of government, community agencies, and stakeholders to work together in a coordinated way to provide the mental health and social supports required to end homelessness. We need our government partners to continue to meet us at the table. We need an intergovernmental strategy for large-scale arrival of refugee claimants, the opening of a regional reception center, and dedicated ongoing housing benefits for people experiencing homelessness. With certainty on ongoing funding for the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, we could be moving 300 or more households out of the shelter system each month and into permanent housing. Thank you for the opportunity and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. We will now go on to deputants. Before we invite people to speak, I just want to remind everyone that we, of course, welcome to committee all of the public speakers who want to address the committee. I'll ask that you please not address members of committee, address your remarks to me. Our procedural bylaw, which is the rules that govern how we do our meetings, indicates that we should not use offensive language in this room. So I'm going to ask that people also make sure you're speaking to the item that's before you. That is what the procedural rules dictate. And that then I will be making sure that we're upholding those rules and that I will make a ruling as the chair. But of course, we're very grateful that you're here today. And I want to call the first speaker is Kimberly Hinton, Two Step Homes. And I believe that's Deputy is online. Kimberly, welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm working, I actually represent St. Clair's multi-faith.
So I'm going to hold your time. We can't hear you very well. Your
Good.
volume isn't high enough.
Let's try that again. Is that better?
That's good. Please proceed.
Okay, great. So I work for and I represent today St. Clair's Multi-Faith Housing Society. And we work and have worked for a couple of years now with Two Steps Homes in their cabin community model and developing that and seeing if that is a good option to use here in Toronto on affordable housing development sites. St. Clair's develops and operates affordable alternative housing, and we focus on housing people who are coming out of shelter or who are experiencing houselessness. We believe that this cabin community model would be an excellent use of affordable housing sites while those sites are in development before buildings can be built. Our experience is that on our own sites, even if we actually own the land, it takes at least 3 years to get to a state where we can get permits and start building. And having those sites used for cabin communities would be an excellent way to leverage a fallow resource that is just waiting for permanent affordable housing. I think that the cabin communities would make a very good, safe transitional housing option that can be tailored to specific community needs. We could have groups that would like to become housing providers, affordable housing providers to provide permanent housing, start with a cabin community on their property, and that would help to build their capacity in terms of being able to develop and also operate affordable housing. And that is a desperate need for lots of communities in the city who don't find themselves well represented now in terms of what their communities need. It's a way to help with the crisis at this moment. It's not a way to replace permanent housing, but it is an excellent way to use that land as we, like from St. Clair's perspective, as we are trying to develop properties. It's a long road to building. So you're talking about using a piece of land possibly for 3, maybe 5 years, where you could provide lots of opportunities. The other piece I'd like to mention is that if there are no operators, and if the city decides that they do want to pilot this project, St. Clair's has committed to 2 Steps Home that we would be willing to operate these sites in the first pilots and build other organizations' capacity to be able to start to move into the sector and be able to provide these cabin communities, be able to provide supportive housing, transitional housing, and permanent housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? I have a couple of questions. Thank you for being here. St. Clair's has a lot of expertise in serving a population that requires may require additional supports, and I'm wondering how you see the relationship of these transitions, the transitional housing that what you're proposing could provide to help prepare people for permanent housing. What is your experience with that?
St. Clair's works with 20 partners who provide actual support to our tenants in our buildings. And these are all partners who are very experienced working with the homeless and have a really good idea of what is needed based on where people are in the continuum of their housing needs. There could be cabin communities that have very, very high levels of support and for around mental health, people's relationship with substances. There could also be cabin communities that are designed for newcomers and also specific population groups. And they could be put all over the city and tailored to a specific group's needs. And we're looking, usually at a group of 50 cabins, sometimes a few more, a few less. So I think you can tailor it very well. And there are a lot of organizations in the city who have the ability to organize those supports and provide them. There would be a cost for those organizations to expand into those roles at various cabin communities. But I think it's well worth it, especially in terms of helping people go from houselessness, developing all their skills they need as a tenant, to being able to be successful in permanent, full-time, affordable housing.
Thank you, and certainly St. Clair's is a very, very valued member of the community in Davenport. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I just thank you for being our deputant, first deputant, and I know you do a great job. How important is a renovictions bylaw in the City of Toronto to keep low-income people in their homes, please?
I think it's very important. I also would like to identify that there may be a way to spot renovictions coming early. So at St. Clair's, we spend a lot of time keeping our affordable housing in good shape. If you have any way in the city of tracking landlords who don't keep their buildings in good condition, that would be a signal to me that that building is going to head into a renoviction position, because they can't fix the building any other way. So anything you can do to encourage landlords to keep their buildings in good shape and to help landlords not to have buildings deteriorate to such a terrible extent that renoviction is the only option would be great. And that could be the carrot part of the bylaw.
I'm not sure that can be part of the bylaw. We do have rent safe, as you're well aware, which is set to do that. But for the city to have a very clear bylaw that there was a test prior to a renovation and an N13, you would support that strongly.
Yes, and
Okay, thank you.
part of that test may be how much the landlord has spent on renovations over the last 10 years.
Or not, simply get
Or
people
not.
out. Correct, thank you.
Thank you for being here. The next deputant is Omali. And the following deputant is Pauline Larson, downtown Young BIA, so please get ready for that. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
If I speak under authority, respectfully, I have no voice. Hello, my name is Omo Lee. I am a peer responder and a youth advocate. Currently, I am a 30-year-old decolonized educator and community developer. As a thinker, I am a living testament towards community initiative. As a statistic, I am a dying monument created by the federally invoked system of Canadian economics and social services. Crimes unto the Canadian citizen can only be spotlighted under the words of parliamentary predecessor Pierre Elliott Trudeau. There is indignity about a man out of work. There is indignity about a man who relies upon an compassionate welfare system. There is an indignity about a man inadequately protected from criminal activities. Sorry, did I just say indignity? I really must apologize. What I meant to say was indignity. Let that register. How many convicted rapists still own businesses and properties in the City of Toronto? Our city declares that as of May 9th, 2024, a total of 97 people have been housed and 314 people were referred to the shelter system. Compared to the amount of calls placed in 2023, there were on average 202 callers per day, which does not match the shelter space. Data shows that these averages have almost doubled since 2022, which had an average of 106 unmatched callers per day. Since being displaced due to commercial rape trafficking in March 2023, everything I had once believed about my country's political professionals had turned out to be a lie. Safe communities, equity and accessibility, as well as multiculturalism became saturated with closed-door policies, restrictions, and downright brutality, with nothing to blame but Toronto and its idol in colonialism, exploitation, and toxic workplace culture. In 2023, your life is stolen from you 19 times. Your data robbed, your earnings robbed, your investments robbed. Before you were vulnerable and now you're at risk. Robbery, criminal trades, and under surveillance still remains to be one of the largest issues dividing born Canadians from Canadian migrants. The rapes and thefts of women for territorial rights are swiftly ignored. Women are at a significant risk of death by homicide when being forced to endure the environmental brutalities enclosed within socialized encampments. You cannot close down a federally imposed psychology, paid for and enacted by newcomer students and their Canadian counterparts. To achieve true decolonial framework, you must follow the laws of the people, eradicating the hunger of the colonist. It is no surprise that when approaching data collection, the city looks towards labeling yet again Indigenous people as homeless. Encampment responses must recognize the distinct right of Indigenous peoples, their unique and sacred relationship with the land, and trauma from historical and ongoing colonialism and dispossession from the land, ensuring alignment with the city's Reconciliation Action Plan. As a decolonized educator and community developer, I would like to state that you are being introduced to first world genocide. How many economic choices will you make in Toronto before dying on a budget of $343 per month? Where the City Council requested that the Government of Ontario to improve the adequacy of social assistance by increasing social assistance rates so that recipients are better able to meet their basic needs, including the cost of living and housing, Toronto's services also needs to be reviewed. City Council must create accessible venues for emergencies and or crisis calls, hygiene and rest, ensuring that public service centers are operating from an anti-oppressive, spatially inclusive, and equitable client-centered approach. Currently, human rights claimants seeking refuge in Toronto, Ontario, are forced to endure survivalism in order to be left to participate economically on Ontario Works' budget of $343 a month. As an individual, this task to allocate and manage such investment comes at a great expense. When assessing feasibility, while opportunistic collectives are enabled the rights to make exercise of unceded territory. The matrix we live in only allows us so many monetary moves around Ontario before human rights becomes at risk of an infringement. And while the wealthier, highly skilled workers may find it easy to add value to the current consumer marketplace on $343 a month, those who are not as knowledgeable simply cannot. Whether vulnerable, displaced, or criminal, the City of Toronto continues to structure its benefits to solely support the homeless, the drug addicts, and the prostitutes. The homeless.
Please wrap up. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, thank you for coming to committee. The next speaker is Pauline Larson, and following Pauline Larson is Andreas Kalajanadis. Is Pauline here online? Thank you, Pauline. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes. Hi.
Councillor, and thank you very much for having me this morning. I don't see my video. Can I put it on?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will keep it as brief as I can because I know you have a big agenda this morning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Young Business Improvement Area, which is an association of about 2,000 businesses and property owners in the Young Dundas neighborhood. We have, for close to a decade, had a very, very intentional strategic approach to safety and inclusion as something that needs to be looked at as two sides of the same coin. And the way we do that is through multiple different initiatives. But specifically right now, we are partnering with SafeTO on the SafeTO BIA program. We do training with the city's economic development team around de-escalation for storefront businesses. And perhaps most poignantly for us in many ways is we have multiple, we have a community engagement team that does crisis and traditional street outreach in the Young Dundas neighborhood, which is led by social service workers and social workers. We also do partnered outreach 7 or 8 times a week with various different teams that are on the ground in the neighborhood, whether it's harm reduction workers or street nurses or housing workers. So we believe very, very strongly in having a collaborative approach to addressing anything to do with community safety and well-being. So based on all the work that's been done for the presentation today, I've got to shout out to Gord Tanner and his team. It's a very extensive package of information. There are three things that we would really like to support and highlight, and there are two questions that we would raise as a possible concern or question. So our first, let me start with the positives. The first one is thank you for recognizing that encampments have an impact on community safety and well-being that impacts the entire neighborhood. It is very much the case, and we have an encampment in our neighborhood, which has been there for several years at Trinity Square Park. And we have seen all of the safety risks that are mentioned in the package today. We've seen fires, we've seen arson, we've seen sexual assaults, we've seen overdoses, we've seen needle litter, we've seen garbage, we've seen a multiplicity of different things. And in amongst all of this, we recognize that the vulnerable residents in the encampment become even more vulnerable if the supports are not in place to help them. So that's the first thing that we really wanted to shout out. Thank you for recognizing that. The second one is we very much appreciate the commitment to communicating more effectively with business improvement areas as part of the interdivisional protocol. We are very much ready to be not just someone you communicate with, but an active partner who wants to work together on finding solutions. And that is my commitment to you. We will work with you to find ways to collaborate more effectively. The third one that I want to support very clearly is the request that the province fund a 24/7 or a series of 24/7 crisis stabilization centers for people experiencing mental health or addiction-related issues. We recognize that this is a huge need. So those are the things we wanted to specifically support. The two questions we have that are still, I think, to some extent unanswered and are of concern to us. The first one is that the financial support required to fund much of the strategy needs to come from the province and the federal government. What is the city's plan if that money is delayed or worse, not forthcoming at all? So that would be our first question that we would love to kind of untangle a little bit. And the second concern that we have is, what are the metrics that we're using to track the success of the new encampment approach? What are we aiming at? How are we going to get there? And who's doing the measuring? So that, in short, thank you for your time through the chair. I appreciate it. Those are my 5 comments for today.
Thank you for your deputation, and I see I have a question from Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask you 2 questions. One, I asked the other deputant, how important is it that the city has a strong renovictions bylaw, which means that basically people paying affordable rents can stay there rather than end up on the street?
So you're asking me something a little bit out of my area of focus, because we really only deal with commercial properties. But I think
I don't mean
day,
renovation bylaw for commercial properties. I mean renovation bylaw for residential properties, which keeps people in their apartments rather than in shelters or on the street.
Yes, and so my response is, because I have no experience with the residential bylaw, renovation bylaw, my general response would be being able to keep people in housing and being able to make sure people are inside in stable housing and safe is critically important. The tools to do that is something that is not my area of expertise.
It's fine. Okay, well, but I just want to know how important that is for your whole experience as well. Then the other one is, you asked us what's our plan to get the money from the provincial government. And you are a very powerful BIA on the main street, I think the longest street in Canada, Yonge Street, with a lot of economic levers or access to Board of Trade and others. And I just want to know how you can support that. Do you have thoughts from the BIA as far as how important it is to get those dollars for supportive housing from the province? I'd really like to hear your side and your plan, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
thank you.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you, Councillor. So from our perspective, the most, I guess, powerful thing that we can do and impactful thing we can do is do direct advocacy with different levels of government. So we do currently work at a federal level with the Canadian chapter of the International Downtown Association, where safety and well-being, community safety and well-being is one of their top 3 priorities. And we do work at a federal level trying to promote those issues to MPs. The second piece that we do at a provincial level is that we do direct advocacy with the different ministries that are engaged around community safety and well-being. So it could be with regard to mental health and addictions, or it might be with regard to neighborhood policing. We work directly to try and access the province and tell the stories of what we see here. We do also take part in a number of different tables that the city has in play. The leadership table, for example, at the Young Dundas level, which is a municipal piece, but that is a part of the advocacy that we're doing at the city level. So what we're trying to do is ensure that we're taking the message to all 3 levels of government. And the other thing I should flag is that you'll see in the submissions today that the large 6 downtown BIAs have put in an advocacy letter related to the encampment strategy as a unified voice for the downtown core. And that's another piece of our advocacy work.
Thank you for that. I'm just interested in how Tabia, which has quite a strong advocacy capacity, including with the Canadian Restaurant Association, as we saw for Cafe TO, if they have a strong ability to do that, or is that something on their front burner, or are you able to get it onto the front burner there?
We work on all of the advocacy channels that we have, and I guess the short answer is that we meet with John Carew on a bi-weekly basis, typically with the other large downtown BIAs, so that we're all talking about advocacy issues that are of common interest.
I guess I'm asking what Tabia itself is doing around advocacy, or if you're able to
I'm not going to
influence
speak
that.
on behalf of Tabia.
Oh, you're not a member?
I think that's a Tabia question.
You're not a member of Tabia?
I am a member of
Yes.
Tabia.
So I'm just interested organizationally if they have a, I know they're meeting with you, but I have lots of BIAs in Tabia, and I've never asked this question before. If there is an advocacy piece for Tabia itself as members, certainly, I'm not asking you to speak for Tabia, but obviously you'd know if there's a kind of a piece that they're working on that you know about.
With regard to encampment specifically, or just generally?
Just generally around.
It's your last question, Councillor.
People having to go to encampments, keeping people in the impact of homelessness in business areas and the need for funding for housing.
So I can't speak to the detail of it. Tabia is involved in a great deal of advocacy, but on their position on this specifically, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll follow up with John. Thank you. Thanks, Polly,
Thank
for
you,
your great
Councillor
work.
Fletcher. Questions of the deputant, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. We have a long list of deputants today on this item, so I'll be quick. You're the 2nd largest BI in the country. How has this impacted your finances?
So good question. So when if I look back to kind of 2017, 2018, I would say that we spent pretty much none of our budget on anything to do with community safety and well-being. Now we spend between 25 and 30% of our budget on community safety and well-being initiatives, which for us is holistic. It means that we spend money on our outreach programs, which has been in place for, I think it's about 6 years now. We spend money on street maintenance, graffiti removal, all the things that make a neighborhood feel cared for and managed. We do programs with our police partners. We do programs with a variety of social agencies that we work in collaboration with. But it has had, that impact is literally 25% in the current year's budget going towards community safety and well-being programs.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? No, thank you for joining us today. The next speaker is Andreas Kaloginadis, and the following speaker will be David Walsh. Andreas? Is Andreas here? Okay. David Walsh? Is David Walsh here? Okay. Jeff Wilmer is online. Jeff Wilmer, Better Tent City Waterloo Region, welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes. Sorry, I'm going to restart your time. Please unmute yourself.
Am I unmuted now?
That's good. 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Bravo, and thank you very much. So my name is Jeff Wilmer. I am one of the organizers with A Better Tent City in Kitchener-Waterloo. A Better Tent City is a cabin community, and we have formed a not-for-profit organization to develop and manage this cabin community. My own background is as a municipal official. I'm retired now, but previously was city manager or CAO for the city of Kitchener. And prior to that I was director of planning for the city of Kitchener. So I do have an appreciation for the municipality's role and perspective when it comes to homelessness and solutions for overcoming homelessness. So we are a tiny home community. We've been up and running for 4 years now, and we have 50 residents. Each one has their own sleeping cabin. There are no tents, and every cabin has electricity, insulation, and a radiator. There's no plumbing for each of the cabins. There are shared facilities for washrooms, showers, kitchen, and laundry. A Better Tent City is located on public land. We are on a site, part of it is owned by the city of Kitchener, and part of it is owned by the public school board. So there's certainly a cooperation with public organizations to allow us to be there. As I say, we've been up and running for 4 years now, and I think the success of our project has gotten some attention across the country, and other cities are starting to copy the idea or adapt it for their own purposes. Waterloo Region now has a cabin community of 50 cabins. Peterborough also has a municipally operated cabin community, again with 50 cabins. And there's similar initiatives in London, Ontario, Kingston, Ontario, and elsewhere. So I think the idea is starting to catch on. And the primary reasons for that is it's quick to build, inexpensive to build, and it is effective. It's effective in many ways. For one, the residents are not trespassing. They have a place where they're welcome to be. They have the stability of knowing where they will live from day to day, week to week, and month to month. And they have the dignity and the privacy of their very own house, their very own cabin, a safe place to sleep and to store their belongings. Perhaps even more importantly, it allows the residents to build community, not only because they're interacting with each other in the kitchen and in the laundry facilities and area, but because they live together. They get to know their neighbors, they support their neighbors, they're learning how to be good neighbors. One other thing I should mention about A Better Tent City is that there are quite a number of services that are delivered on site. I think most importantly, healthcare. Healthcare for physical health, mental health, and addictions management is all delivered on site. And that's only made possible because people are living in the stability of a cabin community. Counseling is also available for crisis management or for other purposes. And so that's another benefit. So we would encourage the City of Toronto, as part of your strategy, to support the idea of cabin communities. We really feel that it's helpful as it helps people transition from being homeless to being housed. And I think your previous speaker from St. Clair Housing commented on that as well. And so yeah, I'm here happy to answer any questions if you have them. As I say, we've been up and running for 4 years, so we've been learning and gaining experience as we go.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? I'll just ask quickly, how do you address the question that some might ask about the risk that this approach could become permanent and not a temporary route toward housing?
Yeah, it's certainly a key issue because we do not see it as a permanent solution, but the permanent solutions do take time. And so this is a very effective interim solution. Now, how long the interim is really an open question. For some people, it's definitely a short-term stepping stone, and then they're very ready to move to supportive housing once it's available. For others, the fear of the isolation of having a place of their own is a very real fear. And the idea of living in community is actually a very helpful support for them. So it's different answers for different people, but certainly as organizers, we do not see this as a permanent solution.
I have another question, actually. The locations, you're saying that there are services provided. One of the challenges in Toronto is that many of the services are concentrated in a few wards. Is this an opportunity to help people stay closer to their own community and then receive services, so to sort of ensure that people are being met in their neighborhood? We're obviously an amalgamation of many cities here, so that's my question.
Right. Yeah, I think the idea of cabin communities is that they are fairly small scale. Ours is 50 residents, and some, like the London and Kingston ones, are somewhat smaller. But yeah, you could do multiple communities, and they are somewhat portable, not easily portable, but you know, if you invested in a property and established a cabin community, you could use it for a few years, and then move it to another place once the land is needed for redevelopment. But yeah, you could do multiple cabin communities so that they're more distributed throughout the city, and yeah, therefore people could stay in the neighborhood that is their home or where the services are available.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next deputant is, I'm just going to go back to see if Andreas Kaloginadis is here, or David Walsh. Okay, the next deputant is Eric Calhoun, and will be followed by Sheila Penny. Eric Calhoun is online. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Eric Calhoun. I wanted to give you just a very brief bit of background. I worked as an architect for 20 years, designing renovations, additions, new houses for homeowners across the city. I know how devoted residents of our city are to their neighborhoods, but for me personally, the COVID situation changed the nature of my office. I couldn't get people to come back into the office, and I decided I needed to do something different for the last decade of my working life. And I wanted to do that in front of people. And I also wanted to do it in a way that it was giving back to the community. So I decided to go into real estate, which is not traditionally something that one thinks about as giving back to the community. But I was dealing with, came across Two Steps Home. I've known John Van Nostrand for 35 years. And I decided I'm going to be giving 10% of everything that I make when I sell a house to Two Steps Home, because I think that they're well positioned to be able to make an immediate difference to the problems that our city is facing right now. We are all aware that there are a lot of disadvantaged people right now, and homelessness is at the heart of these issues. I worked in the shelter system for a few years, about 25 years ago. They're designed for overnight stays only. Users, residents, they don't have any sort of a base during the day. The other thing that I noticed during that experience was when you transition someone from a shelter to an apartment, it's alienating and unfamiliar. They don't know how to manage their life. And in many cases, that doesn't work out. And what's most impressive to me about Two Steps Home is that they're not, it's temporary, but it's an interim step. It's meant to be a transition for people to be able to make that move into permanent housing by gaining the skills necessary in the interim step. So that's, I think that's probably the main thing I want to say, is that this is an initiative that to me is going to make a difference that government can't make. You know, nobody else can step in a few months and make a difference that in the way that Two Steps Home can. And I think it's extremely important for our city that we make moves that make an immediate difference. and start to show all of our residents that we care and that we have solutions going forward that are going to work for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming to committee. The next deputant is Sheila Penny, and then followed by Diana Chan McNally. Sheila Penny is online. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sheila Penny. I retired from Toronto Community Housing in 2022 as their Chief Operating Officer. I joined the board of Two Steps Home, Tents to Cabins to Home, founded by John Van Nostrand. Why? Because the mandate of Two Steps Home is compelling. It seeks to address the needs of the most vulnerable, as does this report in front of you today. I read the report with great interest, and I wholeheartedly endorse the findings and recommendations. Quoting from the report, number one, the city believes that permanent, adequate, affordable, and supportive housing is the solution to homelessness. Number two, encampments do not meet the human right to housing. Number three, while the city continues to work towards permanent housing solutions, it is critical that we continue to support people living in encampments who are among the most vulnerable in the city. How should the most vulnerable be supported while the city works towards providing permanent housing, still years away? We recommend two steps. The first step, from a tent to a cabin community built within 6 months of city approvals on a pre-development site. The second step, a few years later, to permanent supportive housing when it is built on that site or another designated site. The report goes on to present a comprehensive strategic approach to encampments, including a commitment to explore new service models. We believe that the concept we are recommending should be implemented as a new service model through Toronto's shelter system. Cabin communities made up of 50 individual cabins with shared facilities in a common house. Why do we recommend it? Two Steps Home cabin communities will meet the needs of residents. The engagement report sets out resident needs, 13 in total, and they're very basic things like being warm and dry, especially in winter, access to food and water, washrooms and laundry facilities, needing to know where and how to access available resources, including mental health supports. Cabin communities will provide safe and healthy communities for the unhoused as they ready themselves for permanent housing. So in addition to meeting the needs of residents, why should Two Steps Home cabin communities be considered as a new service model? Cabin communities are a low-cost, high-speed option. $25,000 per cabin, built within 6 months after city approvals. The needs that the homeless have identified and staff have documented in the report in front of you today will be met. This report also identifies a critical encampment safety issue from Toronto Fire Services. Currently, there is no safe heating source available for use in tents. Our cabins have a safe heating source. City staff have also provided a jurisdictional scan of several cities, including micro-shelters, our cabins, and report favorable outcomes. You just heard from Jeff Wilmer from A Better Tent City in Kitchener, positive impact for people with the highest needs, increased feelings of safety. The service model has assisted them in recovery. From 4 safe stay communities in the state of Washington, preliminary assessments have shown positive outcomes. 48 people have found work and 73 moved into permanent housing. From Wolf Street in Peterborough, effective site and client stabilization. Positive feedback from the Neighborhood Liaison Committee. To wrap up, simply put, Two Steps Home is recommending that the City of Toronto start now by approving a 50-cabin community pilot project on a city-owned site to be implemented by the end of 2024. The pilot will test the concept as a new service delivery model for encampments, confirm capital and operating costs, and the outcomes for residents. Time is of the essence. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for being here. The next deputant is Diana Chan McNally, who will be followed by Alexi White. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is this on? Yes, it is. 1 second. Sorry. So just over a year ago today, the City of Toronto declared homelessness an emergency, which is such an important recognition. But recognition of an emergency isn't enough. It requires intelligent policy change, coordinated action, and significant resources to meaningfully address. While, as a frontline worker and well-known homelessness advocate, I have often been critical of the city's response, which we must recognize has, at times, done little to address homelessness while causing significant harm, the city has recently taken some positive steps in the right direction to meet the crisis. These include the Shelter Infrastructure Plan, and the recent adoption of recommendations from a CAMH report on shelter safety. And although it isn't without significant questions and caveats, it also includes the item that we are considering today, the updated interdepartmental protocol on encampments. As one of the progenitors of the human rights approach to encampments that became the basis of the Dufferin Grove model, which is enshrined in the updated protocol, we saw through this model that time, dedicated resources, and the ability to make informed choices free of coercion made it possible to move people out of parks and into permanent housing. It is so important to enshrine this rights-based approach, which has proven to work as protocol. But at the same time, because Toronto simply does not have the resources to implement the Dufferin Grove model citywide, the protocol unfortunately enshrines a two-tier approach with no clarity as to when, how, or when encampments will be prioritized. For this reason, and for the protocol to function, it requires resources from other levels of government, especially the province. For this reason, I applaud and support the city in asking for these resources from the Ford government, including further investment in the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. In fact, I have just come from a press conference with the Ontario NDP to launch a private member's bill asking for a homelessness task force to help shape a provincial homelessness strategy, something that we currently do not have. I know, like you, that the province must step up, and I will continue to work alongside the city to advocate for these provincial resources. This said, resources from other levels of government are, as we know, not a guarantee. So I urge the city, in considering its process to operationalize this protocol, which I do support, that they reflect on the following, regardless of where other levels of government may fall. Who defines human rights? This work should not come from the city itself, but could potentially fall to the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. There must also be a common understanding of human rights between all departments guided by the protocol. Similarly, who defines meaningful engagement? How will engagement further inform the process of how the protocol is operationalized? Furthermore, how will people with lived experience, those who work frontline, continue to shape the protocol as it is developed and implemented? The Poverty Reduction Strategy Office could potentially support stakeholder engagement as the protocol is developed. But as with the Shelter Safety Report produced by CAMH, which was just considered here last month, what mechanism will the city put into place to ensure that people who are or who have been homeless are given meaningful input and control over the services that actually impact them, including both shelter services and safety, and the city's approach to encampments? Finally, who will continue to monitor the protocol as it is operationalized to ensure that it remains human rights compliant? This again requires an arm's length mechanism and ongoing attention. Perhaps this could be the purview of the Deputy Ombudsman on Housing. While I have continued questions about the protocol where I see the potential for harm, at a basic level, this protocol gives us a framework to understand the city's processes regarding encampments. And again, I do support this. But as we move forward, I will continue to monitor the protocol as it is operationalized to ensure that the rights of encampment residents, their dignity in the face of our failure to house them, is both prioritized and upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher, questions?
I would ask the question I asked earlier, just about the importance of a strong rent evictions bylaw in the City of Toronto, your opinion on that. to be bold. I assume you would agree we need to be bold.
I would absolutely agree with that. And the person who helped craft that bylaw in Hamilton, Melissa Goldstein, is a resident of Toronto, and I wholeheartedly support the City of Toronto reaching out to her about how it could be implemented here.
Yes, we did have a protection of affordable rental housing last term, and we were told we couldn't have one. But I think you would support it very strongly and perhaps come on the 13th of June, when I believe that report will be brought to
I will be back
Planning and
here.
Housing.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your support for that.
Any other questions? Thank you for coming to committee. The next speaker is Alexi White. Is online. Welcome to committee.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexi White. I'm the Director of Systems Change at Maytree, which is an organization dedicated to advancing systemic solutions to poverty through a human rights-based approach. And my comments today, as with everyone else, are in response to the city's encampment approach and strategy, particularly the interdivisional protocol for encampments in Toronto. Maytree has long supported the city in its efforts to address the needs of those living in deepest housing need and poverty, and we believe this is best achieved through a human rights-based approach that centers those whose rights and dignity are most at risk. This approach aligns with the Toronto Housing Charter, which declares that the city's policy is, quote, to move deliberately to further the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing recognized in the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, end quote. Encampments are a result of structural conditions, including the failure of all levels of government to uphold the right to adequate housing. Encampments do not meet the condition of adequate housing under international human rights law, but their existence is itself a claim on the right to housing that has been denied, and this fact creates clear human rights obligations for the city as well as all other levels of government. So the proposed updates to the city's interdivisional protocol helpfully recognizes this reality, where in the past encampment residents faced dehumanization, we must now build a new approach based on empathy and shared human dignity. Therefore, Maytree endorses the proposed updates to the city's interdivisional protocol, and we believe it contains several important steps toward a municipal encampment response grounded in human rights, 3 of which I will briefly highlight. So first of all, the interdivisional protocol acknowledges the importance of meaningful engagement as part of the city's approach, recognizing the right of encampment residents to be heard and to participate in decisions on matters that impact their human rights. Second, it recognizes the city has human rights obligations to support people living in encampments until they move to adequate housing. Indeed, encampment residents have the same right to water, sanitation, safety, privacy, and much more that all other city residents enjoy. And third, it establishes a clear and transparent process for bylaw enforcement, recognizing that encampment residents have a right to procedural fairness that is too often denied to them. Each of these is a step toward fulfilling the right to housing. As noted in the meeting materials, Maytree was among those organizations consulted on a draft of the interdivisional protocol for encampments, and while some of our feedback is reflected in the final version, much of it is not. So specifically, I will offer 3 key ways the protocol could be further strengthened. First, it could clarify what specifically the city will do to uphold its obligation to protect the health and safety of all encampment residents. Second, it could explain how the city will embed meaningful engagement into the encampment response process itself, which we've heard from others. And third, it could clarify that encampment residents must be offered indoor spaces that meet their unique needs, something the courts have repeatedly emphasized is part of our charter rights. Maytree looks forward to continuing to improve the protocol as well as the overall encampment strategy in partnership with the city. And for today, we urge the committee to adopt the recommendations related to this item, including those calling on other levels of government to increase social assistance rates and invest more in housing programs. Thanks for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? So I have one. The City of Toronto, the council has currently created a committee whose responsibility is to consider human rights. The previous deputant asked an important question, I thought, about how or who will define what we mean by human rights. Do you believe that, given the expertise of your organization, that that is an appropriate place for the deliberation of what a working definition would be, and to recommend that to council?
Yes, I think the full Housing Rights Advisory Committee should be consulted on whether that's the right place, but I think it's certainly a potential option, noting that the membership of the committee was not all selected based on specific experience in that area. And so provided that there was the infrastructure and support to bring in the expertise needed, I think that committee could deliberate on the issue, but it is not necessarily, fully equipped to do that work immediately by itself without that additional help, I would say.
Thank you. And the final question is just how important is training or capacity building to understand what a human rights approach is for such a huge corporation with many divisions who interact with people who are living outdoors and including in encampments?
Yeah, training is incredibly important. It's not a silver bullet, but it's part of, I think, a broader effort at institutionalization that needs to happen. I like to think of the journey of an organization toward embracing a human rights-based approach as having multiple stages. The first one, obviously, is recognition, and the City of Toronto should be commended for having recognized the right to housing and made commitments in that regard. The second one, and often the hardest, is institutionalization of that. People don't immediately understand what the impacts of taking a rights-based approach are for their everyday work across the city, and that's a difficult thing to always understand if you're new to the concepts. And so training is a big part of that, but there's got to be more than just training in order to really change the culture and institutionalize these ideas. And then the final step is accountability, and we're moving towards some of that with some of the key performance indicators and things that are proposed to be developed, but we're a long way from having the robust accountability structures that I think we need to have if we're going to ensure there's a human rights-based approach. So yes, training is a big part of it along that recognition, institutionalization, accountability continuum.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? No? Thank you for being here today. The next deputant is Nas Yadalahi, and then after that, Amy Carnell. Or perhaps you're going to share your time? Okay. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Is this working? Yeah, great. Good afternoon. Thank you, Councillor Bravo, and thank you to the committee for making space and hearing us today. My name is Nazia Dolahi. I'm the president of QP Local 79, representing 30,000 members who work for the City of Toronto, TCHC, TSHC, and Hennick Bridgepoint Hospital. I'm joined today by our Chief Steward, Amy Carnell, who works in the Shelter Division, and when she is not working at the local. Local 79 members are intimately involved in the work that takes place with unhoused folks in our city. As you know, of course, our members work for Toronto Shelter and Support Services, including Streets to Homes, in Parks, Forestry and Recreation. Our Parks Ambassadors are assigned to specific parks who across the city, and many workers who run community centers interact with unhoused folks on a daily basis. Municipal licensing and standard workers are called upon to respond to community complaints. I want to start by letting this committee know that the workers who work with the unhoused folks in our city firmly believe that we must invest in services and supports for every person who lives in an encampment or uses a City of Toronto shelter space. After a decade of austerity, our city is crumbling. 90,000 families are on the wait list for deeply affordable housing, and even City of Toronto workers are now having to use our shelter system to put a roof over their heads. Our shelter workers know that the system we operate is at full capacity and does not suit the complex needs or situations that involve family members, community members, or pets. We know that the solution to the crisis of folks living in tents is permanent, affordable housing, not a bed in a shelter. In their letter to the committee, the Mayor and Councillor Bravo emphasized key action items that would alleviate the pressure on our shelter system and create a more sustainable strategy. While we look forward to the proposal from the division on a pilot program of an enhanced system that would allow for complex case management, I would like to caution the city around the contracting out of work of Local 79 members. As I mentioned previously, our workers perform, what they do is truly a labor of love. across divisions in order to help support our most vulnerable residents. It would be a great disservice to their work to contemplate even slightly the contracting out of their work. It is also clear that other levels of government, the Ontario government, through immediate rollout of the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, and the Government of Canada, through their responsibility of the crisis and homelessness among refugees, have a clear role to play. Local 79 remains a willing partner in lobbying and advocating efforts to other levels of government. We understand the city simply cannot do it alone. I want to end by once again thanking our members who do this incredible and important work on the front lines every day. They truly are the unsung heroes of the City of Toronto and some of the crisis that's happening. Thank you, and we'll take any questions.
So you're here just to answer questions? Okay, thanks. Do you have any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher?
I know the Parks Ambassador program is an important one for to be speaking with people and an enhanced role as far as assisting people getting identification and plugging them in. And I don't know if that, if you could comment on what you might need or what the city might need in order to fully play that role now in the many more parks that have encampments.
Yeah, me and Amy were just looking into it. We need more. That's the reality. We just need more Parks Ambassadors. There just isn't enough. The work is a lot. I think there's a handful of them that work across the city. If you wanted to add something.
Reacting to
You have a microphone.
The work that they do, reacting to overdoses in parks as well. It is important, crucial work. The parks are open every day, and homelessness doesn't end after 5 o'clock. And our Parks Ambassadors are out there, all day reacting, supporting, responding to medical crisis as well. So the work that they do is incredible. This is a program that should be growing, not shrinking, and the city should be investing in Parks Ambassadors at the city.
Thank you.
Questions of the deputant? Councillor Moyse?
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Quick question. Just to piggyback on what Councillor Fletcher just said. We have Parks Ambassadors and we have Streets to Home staff. What are your thoughts about amalgamating the two? Are their roles different, or is there similarities? Is there an overlap? I know you mentioned that we should have more Parks Ambassadors, but I'm just wondering if that is something that we can look at or consider.
I think there's points where they can collaborate on them. Amalgamating them and making, I think the Parks Ambassadors serve a role that is more intimate, in person, sort of on the move, whereas Streets to Homes folks are more programmed when they're doing these things. And I think in responding to homelessness and the crisis, we do need to be responsive in the moment. And so I think we do need a collaboration of the two, but not to merge them together. I think they should be run independently. But I've always said that there is always intersections and overlaps. And so the different divisions, it's important for them to work together to figure out what is the best way for this approach. So yes, I agree with you that I think there is some space for communication. I actually don't know if the divisions are talking to each other, if there's work being done collaboratively, but I think, and I know Gord is here and I know Kathy was here as well, if there's some conversations that could happen between those groups, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of the deputant? Thank you for being here. And the next deputation is from John Van Nostrand. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for letting me speak here. My name is John Van Nostrand, and I'm a founding partner of a multidisciplinary firm created in 1982 and known today as SVN Architects and Planners. I'm an architect and planner with over 50 years experience focused on housing, primarily for lower and middle income families. In other words, about 65%, typically 65% of most cities in the world, and certainly in Canada. And I've worked as well in rapidly growing Indigenous and newcomer communities across the Greater Toronto Region and Ontario, as well as in developing cities where more than 65% of the populations are unhoused or unsheltered. Over 2 years ago, I submitted an unsolicited proposal to the mayor's office, who knew we still could do that, which, after considerable ongoing discussion with the city, led us to establish Two Steps Home, a corporate nonprofit, and that's the two steps you're hearing today. And that also was in alignment with the Toronto tiny home movement that was initiated by Robert, who will speak next to me, and Khalil Seavright. This reinforces the need for the city to focus on two steps in the housing staircase, as we've heard today, that serve Toronto's continuum of housing. Step one refers to moving up from the encampments and off the streets into individual cabins or micro shelters, as the Encampment report calls them. And step two is that moving from these cabins into permanent housing through the city's secretariat. I don't think I've read a more thorough, more challenging city-initiated approach to one of Toronto's most pressing urban challenges today to address the needs of rapidly expanding homelessness or underhoused populations. It's an approach that also includes a good initial outline of a relatively brave strategy for putting this approach into action. My colleagues and I are pleased to have been able to contribute to both the approach and the strategy, along with the many agencies that have worked also with lobbying the city and for whom we've worked for many, many years. Fred Victor Mission, Homes First Society, All Saints, Toronto's YWCA, etc. In fact, we worked on, our first cabin was built in 2002 in the tent city that was created at Cherry Street in Lakeshore. And we created the cabin as a model for people to follow to build. Everything was great until the councillor happened to call for a forced removal of that community. Work for us, encampments are not just a sign of unmet needs, but also the demonstration of communities of people using their minimal incomes, workfare, minimum wage, UI, plus sweat equity, proudly to start to build their own communities, as well over 40% of Torontonians did before the official plan was passed in 1945, for over 40%. Toronto has up to 18 relatively large vacant sites located within downtown Toronto and throughout the inner and outer suburbs, each of which has been purchased and or assembled by the city to accommodate affordable housing, but not a single unit has been built on any of those sites. In part, this is due to the fact that it takes the city 3 to 5 years to approve and develop affordable housing projects like other projects. During this waiting period, TSSS should consider approving the two steps approach to the provision of interim transitional cabins for currently homeless and underhoused persons living nearby by commissioning pilot cabin communities of up to 50 residents along with a shared community house that could be constructed within 6 months of these sites being identified for this kind of use and being identified for also the footprint, because the city is going to commission long-term housing on these sites, the footprint is set aside. And our community, when moves into that building moves into that building on date of occupancy, we pick up the community and move it to another similar site. Process repeats. That site becomes a park.
Sorry, I need you to wrap up. I didn't realize you were over time.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much for coming to committee. The next deputation is by Robert Rayner. I think we're going to continue on the same theme.
Potentially.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks to chair and members of the committee for your time. My name is Robert Rayner. I'm also a director with Two Steps Home. I joined Two Steps Home's effort to create cabin communities because this approach directly listens to the people living in encampments, experiencing homelessness and an active addiction, to not just serve them, but to help them break the cycle of homelessness. You've heard how this model makes quick, temporary use of city-owned land destined for future affordable housing, as Sheila and John have mentioned. But more than that, we believe it is a solution that brings agency to the most vulnerable members of our society to regain their health and livelihood. Sheila has highlighted comments from residents in the engagement report. I'd like to go deeper into what we've learned from our own engagement. During the pandemic, I got involved helping people who live in encampments. We dropped off meals, we helped folks access shelter, and we got to know these citizens on an individual basis who told us the specific challenges they face in finding and staying in housing. One comment really stuck out to me. A gentleman said, quote, "I got kicked out of shelter. What do you want me to do, hide?" He had nowhere else to go, the shelter system was over capacity, and he felt unable to contribute to the betterment of his own life. I also got to know the mayor of Alexandra Park. Yes, you heard right, many encampments have their own mayors. I got to see the way that people in these communities help one another and contribute to each other's well-being, extending oneself for the purpose of their neighbor's growth, in a word that is the definition of love. I also know that the mayor of Alexandra Park, when he finally got a one-bedroom apartment, passed away alone inside it 2 months later of an opiate overdose. He survived in encampments for 4 years, but only lasted 2 months in permanent housing, what we consider the ultimate solution. It's not lost that what killed him was being removed from the community that he both benefited from and contributed to. Maslow's hierarchy of needs breaks our basic human needs into 4 main categories. We have physiological, safety, security, love, belonging, and esteem. We know the shelter system provides a roof, warmth, water, and food. It solves our physiological needs. We know that permanent housing provides a lock and key to store your belongings, store your medicine. It brings safety and security. But when we interviewed folks living in Allen Gardens about what keeps them in encampments, they said it's the sense of community and agency over their lives. When we presented our model to these folks, people who avoid the shelter system, 85% of respondents said they would voluntarily choose to move out of an encampment into one of these units if they had the chance. Cabin communities are a proven model across the country and are incredibly simple from an infrastructure standpoint. They're inexpensive, they make use of current vacant land to bring people inside within months, not years. But if they're done well, if they're led by a city that understands, with operators who care, they can be so much more than that. They become the first real safety net that someone has experienced in years. A safe way to have heat, a locking door, a place to heal that doesn't strip you of your community. They provide the physiological solutions of shelter, the safety security needs of affordable housing, and the love and belonging found in encampments. They help people move on to permanent housing and set them up to be able to stay in permanent housing. And most importantly, it provides them with esteem, a dignified place to live. Two Steps Home is ready. We hired SVN architects to design and cost one of these communities, and we've built a fully functional cabin prototype located around the corner at 110 Adelaide Street East. And as you've heard earlier, we've received encouraging feedback from shelter operators like St. Clair's, and we continue to liaise with cabin communities like A Better Tent City, and you heard from Jeff earlier, to learn how they've become successful. We've fundraised $500,000 towards capital costs of a pilot community, and we're prepared to deliver one on pre-development affordable housing lands within 6 months of city approval. As you've heard from Sheila and John, Two Steps Home is recommending a pilot project to be implemented by the end of 2024 as a new service model through Toronto's shelter system. The time to act is now to maximize use of land, get people into housing faster, and provide dignity so they never have to be homeless again. Thank you for your time and take good care.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Moyes, questions? Every single meeting I do that, sorry.
I've listened to some of the deputants around Two Steps Homes. Where in the downtown core do we have space to build these type of modular homes? You mentioned 110 Adelaide Street East. I was trying to look it up now, but I can't.
So 110 Adelaide Street East is the parking lot that SVN Architects is situated next to. That's where our prototype cabin is just being stored at the moment. We see this as any site that the city destines for future affordable housing. A site that's vacant, a site that's flat, a site that has sort of a space for enough of these cabins, that can be a space that we temporarily occupy. So there are some spaces within the downtown core, whether they're Housing Now sites, whether they're Create TO sites, whether they're sites that are temporarily just being used as parking lots or spaces that just have a fence around them. Within the 18 to 52 to 70 sites that have been talked about for affordable housing by the mayor's office.
I mean, my own ward, Toronto Centre, I mean, the vacant lots I could think of are parking lots, TPA lots. So you're recommending that perhaps we could put these homes on the lots, on parking lots?
They can go on parking lots. They can go on large, just open sites if there are sites, and we've seen some. I'm happy to chat about it more, but if there are sites that are maybe kind of just outside of street areas where it's like a large brownfield site, greenfield site, there are some sort of south of the rail corridor that we've seen as well on maps that we're kind of potentially eyeing as potential options. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions. The next speaker is Miguel Avila. I don't see Miguel here. Oh, Miguel, you are online. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to speak on this important item. Today, I'm here to speak on the recommendations. Number 7, which is to dedicate a housing benefit for refugees and asylum claimants. I came to Canada in 1991, so it's about 33 years since I was a refugee, and it was hard to find housing at the time. I was able to raise a family, try to, until the year 2009. I used to live in a co-op, and I became homeless. Luckily, I was rescued by a program of the city that allows me to join Toronto Community Housing. Now in 2024, I'm at risk of homelessness because of an eviction notice delivered by the legal department against me. So I want to see also add to the recommendations something that other deputies mentioned about the Ombudsman of Housing. As member of the City Advisory for Human Rights, we need to increase more available sources for people who have mental illnesses. It's not easy just to put anyone out of the street into a building who have problems. Here in 220 Oak Street, we have something called COTA. COTA Inspires is an agency that provides help to residents in the community, but it's not fully funded. We need more help to help the residents who come out of the community into the building that are dealing with addictions primarily. So, in the recommendation number 9, it's important to increase the rates for many people that are facing poverty. We live in ODSP, Untitled Works, any of us on pension plans. So those rates need to go up to reduce the poverty in this city. Now, this is the topic of conversation that my good counselor and friend, Chris Moyes, is aware of. that I'm a member of an organization called 230 Fight Back. We have been advocating for a property at the corner of Sherburne and Dundas. This property has been a work of love and passion by many residents for the last 16 years. We would like to see this piece of land converted, turned into immediate rapid housing solutions. But this property is held by Kinset Properties. Kinset Properties, or Capital, sorry, are selling, they're willing to sell the land at a cost back to the city. But the city has a different approach now. They want to use parking lots as an answer to buying all other properties that are owned or the prices are unaffordable to meet. So please, I will advise you to incorporate this request that the property located at 230 Sherburne Street be part of a master plan to address the quick need for affordable housing in Ward 13. And the other recommendation I would like to make is regards to the enforceability. For 14 years of my life, I have come to this board to speak about police accountability. Time and time again, we have seen the violence of police against innocent civilians, innocent people that not follow their own. They have become vulnerable, living on the streets in encampments. I was at Trinity Bellwoods Park. I was also at Lamport Stadium, where I saw and witnessed the level of brutality of police. Currently, we have an encampment at the UOT, but these are residents who are not facing the same dangers of people living on the street, but these are resident students. And I hope we don't have to use violence against those students. And we instead don't use the police. It's a good way to address the recommendations of the city ombudsman to treat people with dignity.
Thank you.
With
Please
respect.
wrap up.
And in conclusion, I support a lot of those recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you for joining us. The next deputant is Savannah Wilson, and then we have Nadine Miller after that. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Savannah Wilson. I am the acting executive director of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. I'm joined today by our MSW student, Kaylin Nadeau, who's been working closely with our Lived Experience Caucus to find more access points for lived expert input into decision-making tables. First, we want to commend the city for seriously considering the recommendations from the Ombudsman and from stakeholders and for its extensive engagement process. The commitment to hearing diverse perspectives, especially from those living in encampments, is evident through this process, and we appreciate the dedication to improving transparency and accountability shown by including that engagement report and hiring an external facilitator for that process. This accountability demonstrates a genuine effort to ensure that community input is shaping the encampment response strategy, and we look forward to ways to see that opportunity expand in the future. We are all acutely aware that we are facing an unprecedented crisis of homelessness and housing insecurity. The emergency shelter and housing services are struggling to provide adequate supports for those in need. And as the city becomes increasingly unaffordable, people have fewer options for safe and adequate indoor spaces. This is leading to the emergence of encampments as a community response to the safety concerns that they share living outdoors. The Toronto homelessness services system is under significant pressure, and this underscores the urgent need for more affordable and supportive housing options. But we must recognize that while long-term housing solutions will not happen overnight, we must collectively ensure that the people's immediate needs are met while important strategies outlined in the city's generational transformation plan and the homelessness services capital infrastructure strategy are enacted. While this report is a welcome step in the right direction, we do note that there is much work to still happen. We have to transition from pilots towards scaled implementation of successful coordinated service models like those at Allen Gardens and Dufferin Grove. Not only are those models more compassionate, supportive, and just, they are also a better use of city resources. For instance, the $1.7 million cost of providing supports, referrals, and safer relocation plans to encampment residents in those spaces is starkly contrasted to the $2 million price tag of an enforced encampment clearing at Lamport, Bellwoods, and Alexandra Park, where there was no guaranteed space for a safer landing. The city must urgently create a plan to resource scaling those models, including what was mentioned in the report, the request to enhance investments from other orders of government, particularly from the province. The people most impacted by this crisis are those who are living outdoors, and they face multifaceted challenges, including physical and mental health, an opioid poisoning epidemic, and systemic oppression. While we hear the concerns of businesses and residents that are near encampments, the safety of our communities must include the safety of those living in encampments. Neglecting the critical need for supports and continued and ongoing supports for unhoused folks makes our communities unsafe for them. Our response must uphold our shared values of community, care, compassion, and human rights, and the city must create a consistent and accessible format for input and for leadership to come from lived experts and frontline workers who are supporting them. Homelessness itself is a violation of human rights, and encampments are an embodiment of this. Any response to homelessness must begin with a human rights approach as endorsed by the Toronto City Council in the Housing Charter and Housing TO Action Plan. And it is crucial that the city urgently leverages the wisdom and expertise of the Housing Rights Advisory Committee to clarify the definition of the progressive realization of the right to housing, and also to lay out practical, tactical, implementable action items to ensure that that is realized. The city is at a critical juncture in addressing homelessness, and this report does demonstrate progress being made, but there's further need to clarify the actions that will lead to its successful implementation, and a plan to scale up the models like Allen Gardens and Dufferin Grove, increasing affordable housing options, and addressing the root causes of poverty. Toronto can and must create more equitable and sustainable housing systems, and the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness and its partners are committed to supporting the work of the city and other community advocates to ensure that the encampment response strategy is responsive to the need of encampment residents. We urge the ACDC to adopt the interdivisional protocol for encampments and recognize that together we can make meaningful strides towards ending homelessness in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Councillor.
I have my
Fletcher.
regular one to housing advocates as far as a renovictions bylaw in the city of Toronto. How strongly would you encourage us to be bold with that?
Great and surprising question. A renovictions bylaw would be very strongly supported by us at the Alliance, and I would also like to sort of speak to, that gives me space to speak to one gap from this report, which is there's a lot of conversation about the prevention of encampments, but we have a gap in the conversation about the prevention of homelessness. A bylaw such as that would contribute to the homelessness prevention in the city. So too would a vacancy control as well. So there's a lot of options, but we do need to explore, we need all hands and all policies on deck to enhance prevention of homelessness, as well as responding to the experience of homelessness itself. So thank you for that question.
Of course, vacancy control is not under our jurisdiction, but renovictions bylaw could be. Would you be able to come to support or to speak to a renovictions bylaw on June 13th? At
Yes.
Planning and Housing. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining us today. The next deputant is Nadine Miller, and that will be followed by Alex Burke. Nadine Miller is online. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Nadine Miller from Pilgrim Feast Tabernacles. I'm excited to hear the report that Gord Turner presented this morning, and I'm standing with him on it. With us dealing with the refugee crisis, and also having the opportunity to deal with the Canadians that have been visiting us and talking to us about their needs. We see that housing is at the paramount of their security and their mental health. If you don't have housing, you literally do not have the capabilities of getting a job, getting even just a basic library card and all the different amenities that we as Canadians hold dear. If you don't have an address, no one will give you the basic needs that you have. So we're really asking the city, the government, the city to do more advocacy with the federal and the Ontario government to look not just at affordable housing within just the impacts, but looking at the different sectors, because there's so many different people that's being affected by this particular situation that when you look at it, we have veterans that are there. We have people that their legs are amputated, yet they're sitting in a tent and they really want to be in a place called home. There's so much victimization over and over and over and over again. And we are really asking that as we do these reports, don't let the reports sit on a piece of paper and not be implemented immediately, because we are now at crisis stage. We are now past the point of where we can sit and talk and debate about some of these things. We now need to move into a place where we're doing implementation as fast as possible, because we now have more people coming towards us while our own Canadians are sitting on the streets. It is not fair to them, because I'm listening to both sides. As I'm helping the refugees, I'm also listening to us, our Canadians, and they're saying, you're fighting for them. I see you in the media. You're fighting for people that you've never met before. Why aren't you fighting for us? So I'm asking that as we are looking at the documents that we're getting, as we're looking at all these groups that are coming forth with strategies and support, I'm asking us to work together, but implement it as fast as possible. Where is the land located? Where can they put up some of these houses? Where can we get some of these people to get secured housing as fast as possible? Because it's important. Dignity, also human life, is also going to be at stake. As we're going through all the winter months and having people come into the country, they come to Toronto because they think Toronto is the greatest city that there is, and it is. We are a beautiful city and we have so many great things about us. And having the opportunity to say to you now that we need you to implement as fast as possible, cut out some of the red tape. I'm not sure how zoning works. I'm not sure how some of the different department works, but if we can bring all the departments to one table and knock out some of these strategies for some of these groups and implement the zoning and all the paperwork that is needed faster than we normally would, and having that, not having that bottleneck is going to be really appreciated. We have, I think, over 10,000 people a night sleeping outside. What can we do differently to move that marker so that we can get those people inside, in the house, and also being in a secured place? Because you're having rapes, you're having deaths. And I know of someone, a senior, that just died on the street, and it's because he was beaten and all his money was taken away. Small little things that is happening is going to create bigger things. So I think having even just interim housing is better than no housing. It's better than just having people on the streets and in an environment where they're not feeling secured, where they're not feeling that they're needed. And suicide rates, we may see a drop in that, because what we're having is people committing suicide and stay with us because they feel like they're no longer valuable to the city and to the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining us. The next deputation is Alex Burke is online.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Do you want to turn your video on?
Yeah, there we go. Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Hi, so thanks for having me. My name's Alex Burke, and I'll just qualify. I'm a city councillor in the city of Peterborough. I'm also the co-chair of Community Services, which is oversees homelessness and housing, and I'm the vice chair for Peterborough Housing Corporation, which is our social housing in Peterborough. I think I'm going to speak very candidly, and I'm sorry that I'm not very well prepared, but I thought that it was important to show up today. And I'm just sort of taken by the gravity of how dire the situation is. You know, the numbers that I've heard by previous speakers, I think, are 10,000 people that are unhoused in Toronto and 90,000 people waiting on an affordable housing list. That's a very dire situation. And it puts things in perspective for what's happening here. And I do have a lot to say, but I think I'll just stick to commenting on our approach to homelessness in Peterborough that we've taken in the last 6 months. And what was happening here is we had our shelters were at capacity, they were full. We had, 10% of our population or more is on social assistance. And the municipality is maxed out on its rent geared to income supplements. So we don't have any more money. And we have implemented like a few different emergency shelter approaches. One of them was an overflow shelter. And what happened at that shelter was it spawned an encampment that started to take place on a municipal lot. The numbers of people that are unhoused fluctuate, but it's around 200 or 300 people. And the approach that the city of Peterborough took was that we were getting a lot of these pitches by community groups and for people that wanted to do tiny homes or cabins or modulars. And I was struck at our homelessness meetings that we were never like hearing from these solutions internally from the city. So we started to talk about it. And the first question was, well, where would we put it? And, I'm a counselor. I also have lived experience. And I sort of tapped into one of my harm reduction principles, which is that you try to meet people where they're at. So the idea was to take these ideas of modular communities and actually put them where the existing encampment is. And so the project is implemented. We have housed 50 people. We did it very quickly in 6 months. It represented a huge cross collaboration within the city from all different departments. And I just want to caution anyone that thinks that, and we're getting a lot of feedback from different municipalities that want to sort of mimic the approach in Peterborough. And the reason why this approach was successful is because we dealt with homelessness specifically culturally, how it happens here. So our approach in Peterborough might not necessarily work in Toronto or Halifax or wherever, Kingston. And the project was not at all necessarily about the type of housing, about the units or about the modulars. It's about the support that we attach to the community that we built. And we understand that these types of shelter are successful when you have a high client to staff ratio. So we have a group that we work with that is on site 24/7. They are a homelessness serving group that has a lot of their staff have lived experience as well as educational, as well as typical experience. And we've been very successful in other communities. When they start to sort of look at who would be successful in these communities, they sign agreements for people to move in. The usual success rate for people that sign the agreement that they want to take this type of housing and then move in is around 40 to 60%. We had a 99% success rate. And we've really been able to stabilize people. As a city, we've picked a lane and we've provided shelter that is more accessible than the current system. And we're stabilizing people. And we're able to address like the systemic nature of the issue and look at what else is needed now. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? I have a couple of questions. First of all, I'd like to know what you had to overcome in terms of concerns from councillors and how you were able to move this through in such a short amount of time. Like, what was the value proposition that allowed for this to happen?
Well, it was the situation of the encampment, because it's right downtown and it's in a residential neighborhood. We were receiving about 300 emails a week from the residents it was a very heightened situation. The press was reporting about issues that supposedly came from the encampment or action around the encampment. Those types of things were in the newspaper and sensationalized almost every day. And so there was a lot of political pressure to respond. And there was a lot of pressure by the community to provide shelter for people that had been living outside chronically through the winter. People were overdosing, people were succumbing to the elements. So there was a pressure to deal with that. And up until this response, I think that the city had been using its most expensive tools in its toolbox to try to address this situation or to make it disappear or to make it go away, and it wasn't working. You know, our shelters were full. All the ways in which our shelters, and we had, if you look at the housing continuum, all of the transitional forms of housing that were meant to be flow through to permanent housing, they were all bottlenecked. And, you know, we really didn't have enough of what we needed. And when you compare the cost of this project, I think the number I heard from our city staff was it's about $400,000 bricks and mortar for an affordable housing unit. We were able to house 50 people for 1.2 million. And the units are nice, they're sturdy, there's enough room for a full-size bed, a fridge and utensils, people's belongings. It's air conditioned in the summertime and it's heated in the winter. We were also able, with the funding that we got, to have the old overflow shelter act as a hub. So we put some funding into retrofitting that and opening up the space. We have a group of doctors that come on site to deal with people's complex health needs that they have. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question. I got a little off
Yeah,
track,
no,
but...
I appreciate all those details because I had some follow-up. But another couple of questions I had was you know, the concern of residents around the encampment led you to be able to move quickly. What is the surrounding neighborhoods relationship or like view of the community now?
I think that there's been, I don't want to speak for anyone, but as a counselor, like it's done a complete 180 from having very heightened responses all the time via email, people wanting it out of their backyard, people wanting it gone, people wanting us to bring in the army, like all sorts of stuff coming from the press and from the neighborhood. I think that generally speaking, that has shifted. We have a neighborhood liaison committee that we formed to help sort of navigate what the neighborhood was experiencing as the project was developing from the open air encampment to the community that we built. And, you know, it was out of that committee that said they wanted things like a security fence and privacy and all this stuff. But at the last liaison committee meeting, we actually had one of the neighbors ask when we would be able to get rid of the fence around the community. So I think that illustrates the shift that the neighborhood has experienced. And it also helped us, I think in sort of like looking at the encampment differently and trying to meet people's needs. It also helped us like separate fact from fiction in terms of like how the neighborhood was experiencing things, right? There's a lot of, because it's an urban neighborhood, there are issues in the neighborhood that don't have anything to do with the encampment, but they were being bundled into this like problem that the neighborhood was experiencing, that they sort of placed all the problems of the neighborhood onto the encampment. And so by dealing with individuals experiencing homelessness directly and meeting their needs, it helped us as a city sort of siphon out what was actually happening.
Thank you so much. I know as a city councilor, you must be very busy, so appreciate you joining us today. Any other questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining us. The next deputation is Aisha Mohammed from Finch Avenue Community Center. Online, nope. No? Okay. Then we'll go to Monica Lana, Miracle Arena. No. Aaron Budd, SVN Architects and Planners. Oh, sorry, go ahead, please. Are you Aisha or Monica? Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, good morning, Councillor and everyone here. So I am from Miracle Arena. I'm here representing Dr. Martin Danso, who's a UN ambassador. And though we are located outside of Toronto, as you guys know, the issues that take place in Toronto always overflow into the surrounding cities. So the steps that the city is taking really, really matter to us. When it comes to homelessness, it is a great concern. Miracle Arena, for those who don't know, is a church located in Vaughan, located in Woodbridge. And just over a year ago, the church began to get very involved. First, it was the wave of asylum seekers that were found homeless. And that turned into the church opening its doors for literally anyone, but primarily the asylum seekers, to try and alleviate that burden. Okay, so I did want to first mention that we appreciate the efforts that we're hearing about, that the city is taking the concern seriously. Though the last 12 months have been very difficult, the church, you know, by scripture is an automatic shelter. That is our faith. We understand the shelter system very differently now than we did 12 months ago, from just like a faith-based perspective. And we understand the pressure that's here. And so I just want to say, yes, first of all, we appreciate what's happening here. I wanted to mention that with the plan for encampments or any other plans that there are, I wanted to set this reminder that faith-based organizations always have been and always will be ready to jump to duty, ready to help. It is our concern, though, that we don't necessarily see where we've been embedded into the vision. And when I say that, I just want to point out that we have successfully assisted quite literally hundreds of people. Hundreds of people have come through Miracle Arena, have passed through us. We've helped with housing. We've helped with temporary housing. We have tiny houses built on, we have over 12-acre lot out there. So we have tiny houses out there, and we understand the interim housing idea that there is here. It's very exciting to hear about it. So we would love to have conversations with the councillors here. We want to discuss what you guys need, what the future needs will be, and what we're able to do in order to help. We'll always be there. Not quite lastly, but I did want to mention something because it is a motto for us as well. There's a scripture that admonishes the reader to consider the ant. This is advice from King Solomon, who quite literally he governed one of the greatest civilizations to ever exist in history. And his advice is to consider the ant. And the reason he says consider the ant is because the ant does not need an overseer to work with diligence, and the ant does not need a ruler to consider its community. The ant diligently prepares not for himself, but for his community, and doesn't wait for a crisis. Unfortunately, we've already waited for a crisis to do some of these things. And so I would just like us to consider, with all these plans going forward, what are the needs of the people? Yes, we have the immediate needs, shelter, but much like the councillor mentioned, and I heard other deputies mention this too, that success that they've seen was not just by what they were able to build or the number of lots that were built or how fancy the lots were or anything like that. The success was always in the supports that were given. We heard about the man who died very soon after leaving the community. And so I just wanted to place that reminder that faith-based organizations are always there to help with those key supports that I believe will be the key to the success of anything you guys try to do. Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for your advice, and appreciate that you've made the trip from York Region to speak at committee today. We have 3 more deputations. I'd like to know if the committee would like to finish the deputations. Any thoughts? Yeah, so should we need to recess at 12:30? Yeah, okay, so let's, can we extend to do 1 more deputation? Okay, the next deputant is Aaron Budd. Is Aaron Budd online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes. And,
Great, thank you.
I'll be moving it to extend by 2 minutes to, all those in favor of extending to finish this item? Opposed? That's carried. Please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you for extending. Thank you to the chair and members of committee. My name is Aaron Budd. I'm a principal with SVN Architects and Planners. And as Robert Rayner had previously mentioned, Two Steps Home has engaged an architect as a critical part of the process in developing a model cabin community. SVN is that architect. Now, our starting point for the design of the proposed cabin community was understanding the needs of the people in the encampments and also learning from the other comparable projects that have been built to date in Kitchener, Kingston, and Peterborough. These needs include a place that is warm, dry, safe, provides privacy, and really a sense of dignity, all of which can be met through the cabin community. These are the same needs that are reinforced through the TSSS engagement report. So I'd like to share with you today the design of the cabins and note that these are purpose-built homes as a model of transitional housing. It's really important that they're not garden sheds. These are not used for other uses, but they are for housing people experiencing homelessness. Just presenting my screen. Oops. Share. Okay.
I paused your time, so just, okay, please proceed.
Great. Okay, so you can see the screen. So I'll start with just the design of the cabins. They are 12 feet by 8 feet by 10 feet, and the purpose is that they can be transported on the back of a flatbed trailer, fully constructed. That means they can be placed on site rapidly, and they can also be moved in the future once the site is used or will be used for development. They're constructed of durable materials in a manner that they can be picked up and relocated to these future sites and still maintain their integrity. They're also designed using passive house principles. The cabins are fully insulated and have airtight construction. They use through-wall heat recovery ventilation to provide continuous fresh air, which also reduces moisture buildup in the cabins. They have 2 energy-efficient windows that will provide cross ventilation, could be outfitted with an air conditioner, and then provides good daylight. They have energy efficient, and they're energy efficient and serviced with electricity, lighting, and heating. And also importantly, they're made of all natural materials, including cross-laminated timber that is very durable and has a low environmental impact. Lastly, comfort and safety. The cabins provide security. They're outfitted with a 36-inch outswing lockable door and windows. They have a covered porch to meet with other people and protect from the rain. They have basic life safety requirements and are designed and arranged on site for the Ontario Building Code requirements. But most importantly, they are warm, dry, comfortable, and provide people with a sense of dignity and a place to call home. So I invite you to visit the prototype cabin we've developed and is placed on a trailer as you see in this image. It's in our parking lot, as Robert had previously mentioned, at 110 Adelaide Street East. An interior view here. We ask that you consider this pilot cabin community on public lands that are awaiting development approvals and provide people experiencing homelessness with that warm, dry, safe, and alternative to living in a tent. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for joining. We We are going to actually finish the speakers. We still have quorum, so we have a motion to extend until we hear the final two speakers. And all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The next speaker is David Walsh, followed by Paul Bedford. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Sorry for being late. I just came from the dentist. I've got a frozen mouth, but I'd like to contribute. You know, I'm part of the crisis in the city network, and you know, we support the encampment strategy recommendations, and we're glad to see the human rights aspects to it. The problem is that the encampments are going to continue to grow. We're going to continue to have a lot more homeless people. People can't find apartments. They can't find rooms. We've had thousands of rooming houses closed down because of you know, condos being built, and so we've got a real problem in this city. And you know, we do have some answers, like the tiny homes are one. I just came back from Fredericton a few days ago. That's a city of under 100,000, and they've got a large, successful tiny home project there. And I've visited Waterloo and Kitchener, and we heard from the Peterborough councillor. So I'm just wondering, why staff are not actively promoting tiny homes in Toronto. And then, we also have other alternatives. We have manufactured homes. We have ATCO, which goes into mining towns and sets up homes. So there's lots of alternatives, and we really need to get going, because there's no need for these huge encampments that we have, and we really need the political will. But I know the councillors here and staff here, are concerned and interested in these issues around homelessness. So I guess personally, I'm just at a loss why more isn't happening. I know we have 5 shelters that are being planned, and that's great. But in the meantime, we've got a real problem. And I think there's a real need to involve the community. I was involved in founding and on the board of 3 homes on Broadview Avenue that have operated for 15 years at 50% less than a lot of the government-funded homes. So the community, can get involved and contribute. These homes have 28 men living there, men who've come out of addiction treatment. And, they operate on a peer model. They hook in with AA. So it's been very successful. Over 15 years, it has a track record. And, there's lots of land around. We had at a meeting the other day, EJ, who some of you know, said his church is offering their parking lots to possible projects. So tiny homes could go on the church parking lot. And there's a lot of city land around. So we really need to move forward. But I'm going to wrap it up because I know we're late here. And I just appreciate all the hard work that people at City Hall are doing. Gord Tanner sitting here, who's puts hours on end into looking at how shelters can operate in the best way possible. But we can't have, I just ran into people wandering the streets as I came out of the dentist office with blankets over their shoulders. We can't have that in the wealthiest city in Canada. We need to work together to come up with some answers. Thank you.
Thank you. I just, Mr. Walsh, you weren't here for the presentation, but I just wanted to make sure are you aware that November 2023 Council directed staff to look at options for temporary programs, including modular and micro shelters. So and also that modular or mobile shelters have been part of are on the table for the 10-year capital plan for the shelter division. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
at the November meeting, there also was a recommendation at City Council for the armories and for the Pearson Airport Reception Center. But nothing's happened there yet.
Yeah, those are federal decisions, so we'll do what we can here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul Bedford is our final deputant. Welcome to committee. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wasn't going to speak this morning, but I wanted to come and listen to the discussion. So I have a few thoughts I just wanted to share with you. First of all, I want to compliment Gordon Tanner and the staff. Excellent comprehensive report. They're doing everything they can with the resources they have. But there's 3 additional areas I think would be important to try and focus on. You've heard a lot this morning about these pilot cabins, different examples. I've gone and I looked at the one in Adelaide Street. I think if you have the time, it's really worthwhile going over and checking it out. I only have 2 thoughts about the pilot cabins. First of all, try it. We need a pilot, see how it works. But we need to select the site that has the absolute highest potential for success, where there is most community support that would welcome this concept into this particular neighborhood, into the site. I don't know what that is, but obviously the staff and residents could advise you on that. So that would be my only suggestion for the pilot cabins. Second is an area that's really personal for me. I'll call it subway encampments. I haven't owned a car for over 20 years. I ride transit every single day. And on the subway trains day and night and in the stations now, as I think you're all aware, has become a much more visible issue of safety, medical, physical, and mental health concerns. I've had a lot of personal experiences with people on the subway trains, erratic behavior, some that are in need of desperate medical care. And I think there is a TTC staff team that has been assigned to that, but obviously more resources are needed. So I would just keep an eye on that because it's getting worse and worse and worse. The third is what's coming next. Who knows, maybe sooner than later with a provincial election or federal election next year. I think we need a really bold advocacy strategy. Like, where the hell is the Board of Trade? Where are the business people in this city? Where are all the major banks? Where are the developers? This is a powerful, powerful voice. And if that group of business people, and Tabby has been mentioned this morning, can be harnessed with the media, with all the residents associations in this city, I think there is a huge opportunity whenever this next provincial election is going to be called to come front and center speak with one voice, with a very, very powerful message. Enough already. We're not going to go on like this. We can't have more of the same. You've heard from David Walsh that this problem is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I think we know that. Federal election next year, same story. So I strongly urge when this report goes to council, I'm sure it's going to be adopted, that members of council make that advocacy speech for this united overall coalition in this entire city. 3 things are needed. We know it. More money. You know, people can come here and talk over and over and over, but you don't have the money. We need money. We need new programs. And we need the political will. And the city manager in previous reports has talked on at length about new revenue sources, you know, share of income tax, share of sales tax, road tolls, etc. All those are essential. We're almost the only major city on earth that operates this way. And obviously it's going to get much, much worse if we don't crack through that. The final thing I'll just say is 10 years from now, Toronto will turn 200 in 2034. It would be wonderful. Imagine 2034, we all celebrated and we broke the back of homelessness. And we actually managed to get this kind of strategy for citywide housing and safe housing in place for everyone. So I just wanted to share those thoughts with you, and I wish you much success.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, thanks for the advice on the campaign as well. Committee will resume at 1:30.
Moving forward.
Please make your way to Committee Room 1 so we can begin. We have quorum. We're going to resume this meeting, and we are at questions of staff. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions. I think my two first questions is the ones that the Director of the Downtown MBA had asked. What is the city's plan if money from the other levels of government is delayed or does not materialize? And her second question was, what are the metrics we are using to track the success of the protocol?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. You know, with respect to our ongoing work with other levels of government to receive funding, it is ongoing, and we've had some success this year based on advocacy from council and you know, different recommendations that have been made, including $200 million additional dollars from the province to support shelter services and considerable support on the refugee response as well. So, you know, we continue this work, continue those conversations, and hopeful that we will continue to get support and a coordinated response to these issues. On the second question with respect to metrics, so, you know, to date, we've used metrics that we deployed to evaluate our response to Dufferin Grove and Allen Gardens, really about the number of people that we've been successful in connecting with and moving into housing or moving into the shelter system, the reduction of the number of encampments and structures in the park. I think as we move forward, we'll be needing to develop a more fulsome evaluation framework for this new interdivisional protocol, and we'll be working with our partners and can include the likes of the Young Dundas BIA in that conversation.
Okay. You know, towards the end of your presentation, I feel that you kind of schemed over the refugee piece. Can you maybe go into a little bit more detail as to how the influx of refugees has impacted our shelter system?
Yes, through the chair to you, Councillor Moyes. You know, our shelter system, although it's always served refugee claimants that have arrived in the country, the most recent volume and number has overwhelmed our system, frankly. We currently are accommodating more than 12,000 people in and outside of the shelter system. More than 50% of those individuals are refugee claimants. So we have programs, one in your ward, for instance, that serves young people that traditionally would have been meeting the needs of street-involved youth that is currently 100% filled with young claimants. And so, you know, back to our intergovernmental strategy, first and foremost, we feel that the federal government needs to help us coordinate a response, a regional strategy to this issue. Open and develop a reception center, which can provide a dignified response to people as they arrive and get them connected to services, and assist them to move to communities, not just in Toronto, but frankly throughout the GTHA and across the province.
Okay, thanks. And I do have one final question. So your report mentions 311, I think in 3 places. And I went on their app and just try to type in encampments or tents and those things, and it doesn't come up. And I know that speaking to my community, they said that when they call 311 redirects them elsewhere. So are you working with 311 to perhaps amend and change the way that the public reaches out to the city via 311?
Yes, and through the chair to you, Councillor, working very closely with our partners at 311, both in ensuring that we can include members of the public who call 311 for encampment-related issues, so we can track and monitor those calls. And I think what's important, though, is, you know, members of the public may call 311 with the expectation that after a call, an encampment will be removed or be gone. I think it's important that we get back to people and inform them and educate them about our response. It's helpful to understand where encampments are located, because that can mean us getting our outreach teams to those locations very quickly to assess people's needs. But we need to let the public know that it takes time to find an appropriate long-term solution to some of these issues. So the work is ongoing. To answer your question, working closely with 311 and ensuring that the whole role of encampment reporting is more robust.
Okay, thank you.
The staff, Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. Thank you to staff, the presentations, and everyone who took the time to be here today. It's important to see that the vast majority of the recommendations from the Ombudsman's report have been actioned to be implemented. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the remaining 3 recommendations and how those are being addressed.
Yes, thanks for that question, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair to you. So the 3 outstanding recommendations, first is on some changes we need to make to our shelter management information system to capture the information and needs of people who are living outdoors. Currently, it's very focused on folks in shelters, and so there's some enhancements we need to make to that system, so we're capturing everyone experiencing homelessness in the city that our teams are engaged with. The second piece, the Ombudsman, or the second recommendation, which we feel is really an ongoing response, is that it was recommended that we take measures and steps to repair relationships with community and community sectors that perhaps lost trust in the city after some of the clearings which occurred and were a result of the Ombudsman's investigation. So I think we've made some good strides in that regard, but I think that work needs to be ongoing. And, you know, as the report indicates, you know, creating more opportunities for people to participate in solutions, including people with lived experience. The final one is just quarterly report backs to the Ombudsman, which again will be ongoing until such time as we hear that they're no longer necessary.
Thank you for that. In your presentation, Clarence Square Park was mentioned, and it is an encampment in my ward of Spadina, Fort York, and we've seen since the implementation of the Clarence Square Action Plan that critical work is being done to ensure that those who are encamping there are addressed with respect and that human rights are prioritized. And much of what we're seeing from the recommendations following the Ombudsman's report are being implemented there. And I just wanted to hear a little bit more about how the experience there, building on Allen Gardens and Dufferin Grove, compares to, what has been done previously in kind of demonstrating a way forward practically when it comes to the way that these recommendations are actually going to land in community. And would you consider kind of the evidence of these strategies and the ways that they've played out as being more successful in terms of their approach and the ultimate outcomes that we're looking for, which is the safety and well-being of encampment residents and our neighborhoods?
Yes, thanks for the question. Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor. I think first off, yes, we think this approach is more dignified an approach, respecting folks' rights, but also leads to long-term solutions around an individual's homelessness. Getting someone into housing with the supports they need means that perhaps they don't show up in another park around the city, after they were asked to leave. So far, the results at Clarence Square are promising. We've deployed our services there, developed a schedule of weekly services with a range of community partners. We've deployed a trailer there as staffed, by our encampment and Streets to Homes folks. We're developing relationships with the people in that park. 2 people have been housed to date, 36 folks referred to shelter. It will take some time, I believe, but so far, many of the individuals that are in the park are engaged in talking about developing a housing plan, and that's very successful. I'd say each encampment is very different by its nature, but I am very enthusiastic and positive about our experience there and the results we'll achieve.
Thank you very much, and that's important for us to hear in terms of seeing the effectiveness of this strategy versus simply having an enforcement-based approach. My final question is addressing some of the very understandable concerns raised by residents and neighbors of the encampment around health and safety and a broader concern about the well-being and activity that's happening in the neighborhood. And I wanted to hear a little bit more about how these recommendations and the way forward is building stronger relationships with the surrounding neighborhood as well, and addressing some of those fair and understandable concerns in a way that is respectful and dignified for everybody.
Yes, through the chair to Deputy Mayor, I'd say a few things. The approach that we're proposing will have us be more transparent and open with communicating to surrounding communities about the work that we're doing, about the nature of the challenges we're facing, and attempt to build support in that regard. We also, through this process, deploy community safety teams. So, for example, very visible individuals that are present 24 hours a day, looking for and addressing any drug paraphernalia, any security issues that may arise, being a point of contact for the public. And so that's been a helpful strategy that's been deployed to these enhanced locations as well. I think we heard from the BIAs and through our engagement process, the residents associations as well. They want to do something, they want to help, but sometimes it's hard to understand how. I think by building on those relationships and in communicating effectively, we can continue to evolve this approach going forward with the support of surrounding communities.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher?
I think everybody's heard my questions today, the deputants, so I'm just going to stay on that track because Ms. Bond once brought the continuum of housing, so we looked at everything right down to shelters. But I would also just wonder if you would agree that rent-controlled units are an important part of our housing continuum in this city.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, yes.
And I'm not sure if we capture the number of, do we have any idea how many rent-controlled units there are left in Toronto? Is that any research that's been done?
Through the speaker, it's Ms. Bond, Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat. I don't have that number with me, but we can have a look and see what data we have and provide it for council if necessary.
And if you don't have it, is it possible to get that? Because is it easy to get that information or hard?
I will have to confirm the source of data. I'm not sure what the source would be, but we can have a look at what we have and share with you, if there are any difficulties or the ownership of that data, etc.
That we could just pursue that to know what we're dealing with as far as people getting moved out. Okay, that is really, I'm going to say, focused on keeping people in rent-controlled units in the city.
Thank you. So now to speak, Councillor, I'll do my motion and then, yeah, if that's okay. No, actually, why don't you go first? Let's go.
I'm flexible. I just want to, I do have a motion, put it up. I want to start off by actually thanking staff. This is really difficult work. I have seen them move mountains over the last year and a half. I've had the largest encampment in the city for a long time at Allen Gardens, and we've used the Dufferin Grove model to actually house people from the park to, in some cases, permanent housing. I know that at one point there's one lady who was in a house for 5 years, and we're able to get her house permanently. So I have seen the successes, but I've also, seen the abuse some of our staff have received along the way. It's incredible what they endure. So I'm very thankful for that. And as a lot of you know, I have spent 22 years of my professional life, in the healthcare system, working with the most marginalized, people who suffer from addictions and mental health and underhoused. So I have firsthand experience as to how difficult this work is. But I do have two motions, and I'll speak to it. And so my first motion is around the 24/7 community safety team. For part of the great successes of Allen Gardens was actually having the 24/7 community safety team there, helping the housing staff over the course of the year and a half. And I know, just speaking to Gord Tanner, that there are other issues in other part of the city that needs attention. And there's only, I think, 2 safety teams that do this full time. And now they're actually splitting the time between my ward and Deputy Mayor Mallett's ward, I believe. And I think to have greater successes, I think we need to actually increase the community safety team, the 24/7 community safety team. So I'm hoping that in the 2025 budget process, we can look at increasing those teams, maybe 2, 3, or 4. And the second piece of my motion is around what many of the deputies talked about earlier today about two-step homes and looking at perhaps that modular and micro shelter options to see how we can help alleviate and perhaps eliminate encampments maybe by 2034, as one of the deputies stated earlier today. We are optimistic, we are hopeful it is possible, but again, we can't do it alone as a city. We need the support of the federal and provincial governments to come on board. Again, we know that the refugee system is actually, well, refugees have really impacted our shelter system over the last several years, more so prominently in the last year. And we know that a lot of refugees are in our shelters. And I have said from day one that it's not an appropriate space for them because the needs of those in the shelter and the needs of those in of the refugees are very different. And it's not fair to either of the two groups to be in the same space. So I am optimistic about the recommendations that are brought here and the strategy going forward. I'm also happy to see that there's some metrics here as well in regards to successes that may not happen over time. I will stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher to speak?
Thank you. I don't have any motions to move. I just want to commend again the staff on their efforts and this report and their very, very hard work. And I also would be remiss not to commend our chair, who's really taken this on in such a big way, and I know worked strongly with Mr. Tanner and his staff to get us to a point where we're all coming to a consensus about what we need to do. And today I was very particularly heartened to have the deputants understand that no matter how great of a policy we have, unless we have the funding, then we are just in a stalemate to move things forward. And the understanding that the provincial government really does have an obligation to step up for affordable housing and maintaining affordable housing. And I'm very struck by Mr. Bedford in what he said, that there are so many powerful groups in the city, business groups. I know when Tabia came for Cafe Teo, they had the Restaurant Association of Canada, and they really were heavy hitters in that way. There is the Board of Trade, there are developer groups, there's ResCon, many different folks that really, if they turned their mind to this situation in the city that they're building in the city that they're operating in, that they have their commercial interests in, then I think that we would start to shift the narrative. I don't know how to do that. It's not a motion, but it really is starting to dovetail to pressure the provincial government by people that generally they listen to, that this is an issue that's important for everyone, large retailers, small retailers, developers, those that look into the economy, such as the Board of Trade and many others. So I'm just flagging that here, that that was a very good suggestion, and however we can assist, that would be great. The other thing I just want to share with the committee, why I asked about the rent control units, is that those are the targets for renovictions. It's not the ones that you can do whatever you want with. It's the ones that have long-term stable rents. And that's the danger of people being moved out of those places with nowhere to go. I also want to flag, and I know everybody's very tired of me speaking about Metrolinx, but I never tire of speaking about Metrolinx because there's always new information. And I did get new information the other day around, and as you all know, I'm quite concerned about the removal of tenants and tenancies for the Ontario line for second-story houses, for homes that they're expropriating in order to build transit. And we all support transit, but I don't think we all support the full-scale clearances of people from these units. And I learned of a rooming house on the Danforth that's now flattened. Everything's been demolished. It was the Eaton Tavern that had 16 low-income renters in a formal licensed rooming house. They have all been moved out. Very sadly, a number of them are on the street. So this is quite criminal in my opinion. An N13, I just want to flag that Toronto Community Housing, the city, and any of our agencies like Wood Green or anyone who has to demolish something or rebuild something, those N13s are accompanied by a move-out plan, somewhere else to live, and the ability to move back. Those are RGI units, but that is TCHC with a very clear, you cannot just evict people because you're rebuilding Alex Park or you're rebuilding Don Somerville. It's very, very clear. How the provincial government has a program, a $15 billion transit program, where now tenants who enjoyed a very good rent have moved have been evicted basically onto the street is just a sinful situation. Other tenants were given large amounts of money, and you can imagine, having lived in a rooming house with affordable rent, to be given a large amount of money. At times, some of those folks just don't have any of it left. So I don't have a motion on this, but I'm not going to stop with that. I hope that Ms. Bond is listening. I hope that Mr. Tanner's listening. I'm expecting a report from the city manager shortly, or deputy city manager, about what are the things that the city requires when Metrolinx is making requests of us. And I want to say clearly that I think we should be requiring a respectful, dignified treatment of the low-income people that live in the areas that are having their homes expropriated. We should expect nothing less. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. To speak, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I want to echo what has already been shared here and thank the tremendous work from Toronto Shelter and Support Services, from the team, for bringing the report forward and addressing the critical steps that are laid out in the Ombudsman's recommendations. I have seen firsthand, like so many of us, the dedication to this work broadly right across the city, but especially from the actions in my ward, and looking forward to continuing this work to ensure that all residents of Toronto are housed. And as has been said, and I will underscore again, this is difficult, challenging work. It is some of the most difficult and challenging work we will do, and it is so important. It's about lives, it's about our well-being, and it's about the type of city that we want to be. And Torontonians experiencing homelessness are our neighbors, and it is so important that as we move forward, we hold firm to that belief and that commitment and demonstrate that through our choices and our actions and what we're moving forward here today. Last year, we discussed the serious report from the Ombudsman's Office on the city's actions in encampments. The report shared the violence and trauma that neighbors in encampments and neighborhoods faced in the summer of 2021, and the Ombudsman reported and City Council agreed that what happened was absolutely not right. And then and now we must ensure that we've learned and that we are prepared to do better, taking concrete steps that are accountable and transparent, and that we continue to improve through our experiences. And I'm pleased to see that we are taking action to address these concerns, with 28 of the 31 recommendations implemented and staff working to continue to make progress on the final 3. And we are creating a better and lasting path forward. It's not lost on any of us that the city is in a housing crisis and a homelessness emergency. We know that approximately 10,000 Toronto residents are currently facing homelessness. Each night, hundreds of people are unable to access shelter and are forced to find somewhere to spend the night. And in my ward, the encampment at Clarence Square Park is following the new approach recommended in this report and through the Ombudsman's recommendations, building on the lessons of Dufferin Grove and Allen Gardens. Staff have created a program that is responsive to the local needs, and to ensure that at Clarence Square we are addressing the challenges in real ways, not just pushing people to be out of sight or to move to different spaces in our city, a different park. And we know evicting people does not fix the problem. We have seen that again and again. And I also want to give credit to my community as well. I know how challenging it has been to experience this, and that we share that understanding that encampment clearings and what we have seen in the past actually do not provide the lasting solution to the homelessness crisis that is the source of what we are seeing, and for sticking with us in this thoughtful and strategic deployment of resources to help support people in the most lasting ways possible. And a long-term approach focused on people's needs and connecting them to housing is the evidence-based and humane way to address encampments. I just want to quickly share, at Clarence Square, we are seeing results. 36 people have been referred indoors, with 13 people in the encampment currently with housing plans. And staff are on site, building connections and relationships and creating a path for those in need of support. And of course, we all wish that we had the magic wand, the adequate resources required to move this as quickly as possible. And we know that the efforts and the consistency and the rigor and the vigilance in this approach will be something that we can learn from and also build on as we move forward. It's not easy and it takes time, and we are seeing and continue to want to see lasting results when we put people first, our neighbors and our neighborhoods. In addition to how we are approaching encampments, this report reiterates the most important thing about encampment prevention, which we heard from the folks who spoke to us today, and which we know in our work and our actions across the city, is that housing is the answer to homelessness, and that has to be our most urgent priority. That's why I'm really proud to be supporting the recommendations that will be coming forward from Chair Bravo, the motion from Councillor Moyes, to continue on our path and our work forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion that was shared in advance, the spirit of which was shared in advance, a letter from myself and from Mayor Chow to this committee. I just want to specifically highlight the elements that have to do with the key actions that we think are needed here for people living outdoors and for communities. That responds to the unique housing needs of shelter seekers, and really focus on a couple of things. One is that there is, as Councillor Moy said, the need for having a refugee-specific response, and this recommends that we move to convene that sector and to look at the elements that need to be built out, so that we are meeting the needs of that community in a very intentional way, and creating space within our shelter system for people who are outdoors. There's also the importance of specifically referencing and naming the community-based partners with expertise. As many of the deputants mentioned, they'd like to be part of the solution. And also, I think a really crucial element here is that we're meeting people's needs who have very complex mental and physical health needs, so that we are seeing better outcomes, particularly as people come indoors. And finally, that we really can't do this without ensuring that shelter is a temporary solution that leads to permanent housing. And for that, the Canada-Ontario housing benefit is absolutely crucial, and we need the Government of Ontario to immediately allocate $54 million to the City of Toronto so that we can make sure that people are transitioning into permanent housing. I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. We're dealing today with the result of decisions that were made 30 years ago, when the federal government chose to step out of providing affordable housing, funding affordable housing. At the time, how many of us said and thought that the result will be homelessness, and this is where we are. We're in the result of a provincial government that has stepped away from its obligations to provide housing, and also the health services, the mental health services, the things, the supports that people need, in addition to the income supports that keep people housed, and of course all the policies that Councillor Fletcher talked about in relation to not protecting affordable rental by choice, by design. This is where we are. Last year, the City Council declared homelessness an emergency, and it was really important to do so. We're talking about our constituents here. Whether you're housed or unhoused, we work for you. And I think this report and the approach of this Toronto Shelter Services and Supports really sets the message that we take this responsibility seriously. I've heard it said that when we talk about housing as a human right, we are talking about taking on a federal responsibility, but it's very clear, and the advocate on encampments have said, there's no jurisdiction when it comes to human rights, and municipalities have a key role to play. We tried the enforcement approach, and there were two negative outcomes. Number one, it violated people's rights, according to the ombudsman, whose responsibility is to make sure that people are treated fairly. And there was harm. There was harm to the people that were displaced and the people that stood with them. A lot of relationships of trust were broken, and what we've heard from the deputants is that trust needs to be present for this work to proceed. And it didn't work. Moving people from one place to the next, onto the subway, a different park, is a waste of resources, and it actually makes people more unwell. It's important that we listen to people about the need to continually listen to the people that are living in and have lived in encampments and those in deep relationship with them, and that is part of this, what has come before you. And as we see in this report, that in a transparent and accountable way, we're talking about exhausting all tools and resources, providing enhanced and flexible service models, and making sure that the shelter system is safe and responsive to clients. And I think that what we heard today is a validation of the work of this division and of staff who have tirelessly found a way forward here, whether it's from a business improvement area or frontline workers. We heard the same message. We want to be part of the solution. And finally, I think I want to lift up some of the great ideas that came forward in the deputations. People came here to help us in a good spirit, to collaborate with us and stand beside us. And as you said, Councillor Fletcher, because we need the funding to go with it. And that included defining what we mean by human rights and monitoring the protocol, expanding the Parks Ambassador program, proposal for emergency responses to shelter demand. And I will be supporting, of course, Councillor Moise's motion to lean into this. We heard from a senior public servant in the region of Waterloo, from a city councillor in Peterborough, who also want to collaborate with us and provide us their good ideas, and from not-for-profits and faith communities who want to be, maybe even provide some of that land and provide services. The city, this is a part of the city's work, the shelter safety study, the updated protocol, followed by street needs assessment, including a shelter safety plan and the capital plan. All of these things go together. But finally, I want to say this is an all-government emergency. The municipalities everywhere. There's no municipality in this country that isn't dealing with homelessness. I think that we are part of a movement that includes cities as diverse as Halifax and Saskatoon, who are all grappling with the same thing, and I'm very pleased to hear the support, unanimous support of this committee, at least in remarks. So to vote on Councillor
Oh, no, I have a
Moise's-
question for you.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question on your motion and the section on the $54 million. And I'm just going to ask you, assuming this passes, I don't know if this is going to councillors internal, but whether or not you and the mayor would consider convening that kind of table that may get the ear of the provincial government in the same way as we're working with those folks who are on the ground, that might be something that might break the funding logjam. That is our problem and has been for so many years.
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, this is a fiscally prudent approach that works, and that, as you said, there are major business interests here that are going to be aided by solving this crisis. I think we do need to elevate this to, it's not simply people who are advocating for people who are unhoused, it's everybody, and across the board. Like has come together historically around, for example, getting a fair deal for Toronto. And we have a mayor who I think would provide that leadership. And I look forward to working on you with making sure that we are mobilizing, whether it's real estate interests, developers, like you said, bankers, the hospital sector. No element of society is untouched by homelessness.
Thank you.
So on the motions, Councillor Moise's motion, all in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. And on my motion, all in favor? Opposed? That's also unanimous. Thank you very much. Congratulations to staff, and item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? That's also unanimous. Thank you.